Section 14 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andrew Mulls Byron. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. The Moon, Deus Lunus, Phoebe. Part 2. No symbol, even including the sun, was more complex in its manifold meanings than the lunar symbol. The sex was, of course, dual. With some it was male, as for instance the Hindu King Soma and the Chaldean Sin. With other nations it was female, the beauteous goddesses Diana Luna, Ilithia, Lucina. With the Tauri, human victims were sacrificed to Artemis, a form of the lunar goddess. Cretans called her Dictina, and the Medes and Persians Anaitis, as shown by an inscription of Koloi, Artemidi Anaitidi. But we are now concerned chiefly with the most chaste and pure of the virgin goddesses, Luna Artemis, to whom Pamphos was first to give the surname of Callisti, and of whom Hippolytus wrote Callista Polyparthenon. This Artemis Lochia, the goddess that presided at conception and childbirth, and as the triple Hecate, the Orphic deity, the predecessor of the god of the rabbins and pre-Christian Kabbalists, and his lunar type. The goddess Trimorphos was the personified symbol of the various and successive aspects represented by the moon in each of her three phases, and this interpretation was already that of the Stoics, while the Orpheans explained the epithet Trimorphos by the three kingdoms of nature over which she reigned. Jealous, bloodthirsty, revengeful, and exacting, Hecate Luna is a worthy counterpart of the jealous god of the Hebrew prophets. The whole riddle of the solar and lunar worship, as now traced in the churches, hangs indeed on this world-old mystery of lunar phenomena. The correlative forces in the Queen of the Night, that lie latent for modern science but are fully active to the knowledge of Eastern adepts, explain well the 1001 images under which the moon was represented by the ancients. It also shows how much more profoundly learned in the Selenic mysteries were the ancients than are now our modern astronomers. The whole pantheon of the lunar gods and goddesses, Nephthys or Neith, Proserpina, Melita, Cybele, Isis, Astarte, Venus, and Hecate on the one hand, and Apollo, Dionysus, Adonis, Bacchus, Osiris, Attis, Thammuz, etc. on the other, all show on the face of their names and titles, those of sons and husbands of their mothers, their identity with the Christian Trinity. In every religious system, the gods were made to merge their functions as father, son, and husband into one, and the goddesses were identified as wife, mother, and sister of the male god, the former synthesizing the human attributes as the sun, the giver of life, the latter merging all other titles in the grand synthesis known as Maya, Maria, etc., a generic name. Maya, in its forced derivation, has come to mean with the Greeks mother, from the root ma, nurse, and even gave its name to the month of May, which was sacred to all these goddesses before it became consecrated to Mary. Its primitive meaning, however, was Maya, Durga, translated by the Orientalists as inaccessible, but meaning in truth the unreachable, in the sense of illusion and unreality, as being the source and cause of spells, the personification of illusion. In religious rites, the moon served a dual purpose. personified as a female goddess for exoteric purposes, or as a male god in allegory and symbol. In occult philosophy, our satellite was regarded as a sexless potency to be well studied, because it was to be dreaded. With the initiated Aryans, Chaldeans, Greeks, and Romans, Soma, Sin, Artemis Sotera, the hermaphrodite Apollo whose attribute is the lyre, and the bearded Diana of the bow and arrow, Deus Lunus, and especially Osiris Lunus and Thot Lunus, were the occult potencies of the moon. But whether male or female, whether Thot or Minerva, Soma or Ashtoreth, the moon is the occult mystery of mysteries, and more a symbol of evil than of good. Her 7 phases, in the original esoteric division, are divided into 3 astronomical phenomena and 4 purely psychic phases. That the moon was not always reverenced is shown in the mysteries, in which the death of the moon god, the 3 phases of gradual waning and final disappearance, was allegorized by the moon standing for the genius of evil that, for the time, triumphs over the light and life-giving god, the sun, and all the skill and learning of the ancient hierophants in magic were required to turn this triumph into a defeat. It was the most ancient worship of all that of the 3rd race of our round, the hermaphrodites, in which the male moon became sacred, when, after the so-called fall, the sexes had become separated. Deus Lunus then became an androgyne, male and female in turn, to finally serve, for purposes of sorcery, as a dual power for the 4th root race, the Atlanteans. With the 5th, our own race, the lunar solar worship divided the nations into 2 distinct antagonistic camps. It led to events described eons later in the Mahabharatan War, which to the Europeans is the fabulous, to the Hindus and occultists the historical, strife between the Suryavanshas and the Indovanshas. Originating in the dual aspect of the moon, the worship of the female and male principles respectively, it ended in distinct solar and lunar cults. Among the Semitic races, the sun was for a very long time feminine and the moon masculine, the latter notion being adopted by them from the Atlantean traditions. The moon was called the Lord of the Sun, Bel Shemesh, before the Shemesh worship. The ignorance of the incipient reasons for such a distinction, and of occult principles, led the nations into anthropomorphic idol worship. During that period, which is absent from the Mosaic books, videlicet, from the exile from Eden to the allegorical flood, the Jews, with the rest of the Semites, worshipped Dinaishi, the ruler of men, the judge, or the sun. Though the Jewish canon and Christianism have made the sun to become the Lord God and Jehovah in the Bible, yet the same Bible is full of indiscreet traces of the androgyne deity, which was Jehovah, the sun, and Ashtoreth, the moon, in its female aspect, and quite free from the present metaphorical element given to it. God is a consuming fire, and appears in and is encompassed by fire. It was not only in vision that Ezekiel saw the Jews, quote, worshipping the sun, end quote. The Baal of the Israelites, the Shemesh of the Moabites, and the Moloch of the Ammonites, was the identical Sun Jehovah, and he is till now the King of the host of heaven. The sun, as much Ashtoreth was the Queen of heaven or the moon. The Sun of Righteousness has only now become a metaphorical expression, but the religion of every ancient nation had been primarily based upon the occult manifestations of a purely abstract force or principle now called God. The very establishment of such worship shows, in its details and rites, that the philosophers, who evolved such systems of nature, subjective and objective, possessed profound knowledge, and were acquainted with many facts of a scientific nature. For, besides being purely occult, the rites of lunar worship were based, as just shown, upon a knowledge of physiology, quite a modern science with us, psychology, sacred mathematics, geometry, and metrology in their right applications to symbols and figures, which are but glyphs recording observed natural and scientific facts. In short, upon a most minute and profound knowledge of nature. As we have just said, lunar magnetism generates life, preserves and destroys it, and Soma embodies the triple power of the Trimurti, though it remains unrecognized by the profane to this day. The allegory that makes Soma, the moon, produced by the churning of the ocean of life, space, by the gods in another Manvantara, that is, in the pre-genetic day of our planetary system, and the myth which represents, quote, the rishis milking the earth whose calf was Soma, the moon, quote, have a deep cosmographical meaning, for it is neither our earth which is milked, nor was the moon which we know the calf. Had our wise men of science known as much of the mysteries of nature as the ancient Aryans did, they would surely never have imagined that the moon was projected from the earth. Once more, the oldest of permutations in theogony, the sun becoming his own father, and the moon generated by the sun, has to be remembered and taken into consideration if the symbolical language of the ancients is to be understood by us. Otherwise, mythology will be ever haunting the Orientalists as simply, quote, the disease which springs up at a peculiar stage of human culture, quote, as Renouf gravely observes. The ancients taught the autogeneration, so to speak, of the gods, the one divine essence, unmanifested, perpetually begetting a second self, manifested, which second self, androgynous in its nature, gives birth in an immaculate way to everything macrocosmical and microcosmical in this universe. This was shown in the circle and the diameter, or the sacred 10 a few pages back. But our Orientalists, notwithstanding their extreme desire to discover one homogeneous element in nature, will not see it. Cramped in their researches by such ignorance, the Aryanists and Egyptologists are constantly led astray from truth in their speculations. Thus, de Rouget is unable to understand, in the text which he translates, the meaning of Amun-Ra saying to King Amenophes, who is supposed to be Memnon, quote, "Thou art my son, I have begotten thee," quote, and finding the same idea in many a text under various forms, this very Christian Orientalist is finally compelled to exclaim, quote, "For this idea to have entered the mind of a hierogrammatist, there must have been in their religion a more or less defined doctrine, indicating as a possible fact that might come to pass a divine and immaculate incarnation under a human form." Precisely. But why throw the explanation onto an impossible prophecy when the whole secret is explained by the later religion copying the earlier? This doctrine was universal, nor was it the mind of any one hierogrammatist that evolved it, for the Indian avataras are a proof to the contrary. After which, having come to realize more clearly what the divine Father and Son were with the Egyptians, de Rouget still fails to account for, and to perceive what were the functions attributed to the feminine principle in that primordial generation. He does not find it in the goddess Neith of Sais, yet he quotes the sentence of the commander to Cambyses when introducing that king into the Saitic temple, quote, "I made known to his majesty the dignity of Sais, which is the abode of Neith, the great female producer, genitrix of the sun, who is the firstborn, and who is not begotten, but only brought forth," end quote, and hence is the fruit of an immaculate mother. How much more grandiose, philosophical, and poetical, for whoever is able to understand and appreciate it, is the real distinction made between the Immaculate Virgin of the ancient pagans and the modern papal conception. With the former, the ever-youthful Mother Nature, the antitype of her prototypes, the sun and moon, generates and brings forth her mind-born son, the universe. The sun and moon, as male-female deities, fructify the earth, the microcosmical mother, and the latter conceives and brings forth in her turn. With the Christians, the firstborn, primogenitus, is indeed generated, i.e. begotten, genitus non factus, and positively conceived and brought forth. Virgo pariet, explains the Latin Church. Thus does that Church drag down the noble spiritual ideal of the Virgin Mary to the earth, and making her, quote, "of the earth, earthy," end quote, degrades the ideal she portrays to the lowest of the anthropomorphic goddesses of the rabble. Truly, Neith, Isis, Diana, etc., by whatever name she was called, was, quote, "a demiurgical goddess, at once visible and invisible, having her place in heaven, and helping on the generation of species," end quote, the moon, in short. Her occult aspects and powers are numberless, and, in one of them, the moon becomes with the Egyptians Hathor, another aspect of Isis, and both of these goddesses are shown suckling Horus. Behold, in the Egyptian hall of the British Museum, Hathor, worshipped by Pharaoh Thotmes, who stands between her and the Lord of Heavens. The monolith was taken from Karnak. The same goddess has the following legend inscribed on her throne. Quote, "The Divine Mother and Lady, or Queen of Heaven," end quote. Also, the Morning Star, and the Light of the Sea, Stella Matutina, and Lux Maris. All the lunar goddesses had a dual aspect, one divine, the other infernal. All were the virgin mothers of an immaculately born son, the sun. Raoul Rochette shows the moon goddess of the Athenians, Pallas, or Cybele, Minerva, or again Diana, holding her child son on her lap, invoked in her festivals as Monogenes Theo, the one mother of God, sitting on a lion, and surrounded by 12 personages, in whom the occultist recognizes the 12 great gods, and the pious Christian Orientalist, the apostles, or rather the Grecian pagan prophecy thereof. They are both right, for the Immaculate Goddess of the Latin Church is a faithful copy of the older pagan goddesses. The number of apostles is that of the 12 tribes, and the latter are a personification of the 12 great gods and of the 12 signs of the zodiac. Almost every detail in the Christian dogma is borrowed from the heathens. Semele, the wife of Jupiter and mother of Bacchus the sun, is, according to Nonnus, also carried, or made to ascend to heaven after her death, where she presides between Mars and Venus under the name of the Queen of the World, or the Universe, Pan-Vasileia, at the name of which, as at the name of Hathor, Hecate, and other infernal goddesses, all the demons tremble, Semelin tremusi daimones. This Greek inscription on a small temple, reproduced on a stone that was found by Berger and copied by Montfaucon, as de Merville tells us, informs us of the stupendous fact that the Magna Mater of the Old World was an impudent plagiarism of the Immaculate Virgin Mother of his Church, perpetrated by the demon. Whether so, or vice versa, is of no importance. That which is interesting to note is the perfect identity between the archaic copy and the modern original. Did space permit, we might show the inconceivable coolness and unconcern exhibited by certain followers of the Roman Catholic Church when they are made to face the revelations of the past. To Mari's remark that, the Virgin took possession of all the sanctuaries of Ceres and Venus, and that the pagan rites proclaimed and practiced in honor of those goddesses were in a great measure transferred to the Mother of Christ, the Advocate of Rome answers that such is the fact, and that it is just as it should be, and quite natural. As the dogma, the liturgy, and the rites professed by the Roman Apostolical Church in 1862 are found engraved on monuments, inscribed on papyri, and cylinders hardly posterior to the deluge, it does seem impossible to deny the existence of a first anti-historical Roman Catholicism, of which our own is but the faithful continuation. But while the former was the culmination, the summum, of the impudence of demons and goetic necromancy, the latter is divine. If in our Christian revelation, l'Apocalypse, Mary, clothed with the sun, and having the moon under her feet, is no longer anything in common with the humble servant, servante, of Nazareth, it is because she has now become the greatest of theological and cosmological powers in our universe. Verily so, since Pindar thus sings of her Assumption, she sits at the right hand of her father Jupiter, and is more powerful than all the others, angels or gods, a hymn likewise applied to the Virgin. Saint Bernard also, quoted by Cornelius a Lapide, is made to address the Virgin Mary in this wise, The Son Christ lives in thee, and thou livest in him. Again, the Virgin is admitted to be the moon by the same unsophisticated holy man. Being the Lucina of the Church, in childbirth, the verse of Virgil, Casta fove lucina, tuus iam regnat Apollo, is applied to her. Like the moon, the Virgin is the Queen of Heaven, adds the innocent saint. This settles the question. According to such writers as de Merville, the more similarity there exists between the pagan conceptions and the Christian dogmas, the more divine appears the Christian religion, and the more it is seen to be the only truly inspired one, especially in its Roman Catholic form. The unbelieving scientists and academicians, who think they see in the Latin Church quite the opposite of divine inspiration, and who will not believe in the satanic tricks of plagiarism by anticipation, are severely taken to task. But then, they believe in nothing and reject even the Nabatean agriculture as a romance and a pack of superstitious nonsense, complains the memorialists. In their perverted opinion, Q tamis idol of the moon and the statue of the Madonna are one." A noble marquis, 25 years ago, wrote 6 huge volumes, or as he calls them, memoirs to the French Academy, with the sole object of proving Roman Catholicism to be an inspired and revealed faith. As a proof thereof, he furnishes numberless facts, all tending to show that the entire ancient world ever since the deluge, and with the help of the devil, has been systematically plagiarizing the rites, ceremonies, and dogmas of the future Holy Church, which was to be born ages later. What would that faithful son of Rome have said if he heard his co-religionist, Monsieur Renouf, the distinguished Egyptologist of the British Museum, declaring in one of his learned lectures that neither "Hebrews nor Greeks borrowed any of their ideas from Egypt"? But perhaps Monsieur Renouf intended to say that it was the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Aryans who borrowed their ideas from the Latin Church? And if so, why, in the name of logic, do the papists reject the additional information which the occultists may give them on moon worship, since it all tends to show that the worship of the Roman Catholic Church is as old as the world, of Sabianism and astrology? The reason of early Christian and later Roman Catholic astrology, or the symbolical worship of sun and moon, a worship identical with that of the Gnostics, though less philosophical and pure than the sun worship of the Zoroastrians, is a natural consequence of its birth and origin. The adoption by the Latin Church of such symbols as water, fire, sun, moon, and stars, and many others, is simply a continuation by the early Christians of the old worship of pagan nations. Thus Odin got his wisdom, power, and knowledge by sitting at the feet of Mimir, the thrice-wise Jotun, who passed his life by the fountain of primeval wisdom, the crystalline waters of which increased his knowledge daily. "Mimir drew the highest knowledge from the fountain, because the world was born of water. Hence primeval wisdom was to be found in that mysterious element." The eye which Odin had to pledge to acquire that knowledge may be "the sun which enlightens and penetrates all things," his other eye being the moon, whose reflection gazes out of the deep, and which at last, when setting, sinks into the ocean. But it is something more than this. Loki, the fire god, is said to have hidden in the water, as well as in the moon, the light giver, whose reflection he found therein. This belief that the fire finds refuge in the water was not limited to the old Scandinavians. It was shared by all nations, and was finally adopted by the early Christians, who symbolized the Holy Ghost under the shape of fire, "cloven tongues, like as of fire," the breath of the Father Son. This fire descends also into the water or the sea, mare, Mary. The dove was the symbol of the soul with several nations. It was sacred to Venus, the goddess born from the sea foam, and it became later the symbol of the Christian anima mundi, or Holy Spirit. One of the most occult chapters in the Book of the Dead is that entitled "The Transformation into the God-giving Light to the Path of Darkness," wherein woman-light of the shadow serves Thought in his retreat in the moon. Thought Hermes is said to hide therein because he is the representative of the secret wisdom. He is the manifested logos of its light side, the concealed deity or dark wisdom when he is supposed to retire to the opposite hemisphere. Speaking of her power, The moon calls herself repeatedly the light which shineth in the darkness, the woman light. Hence it became the accepted symbol of all the Virgin Mother goddesses. As the wicked, evil spirits warred against the moon in days of yore, so are they supposed to war now, without, however, being able to prevail against the actual Queen of Heaven, Mary the Moon. Hence also the moon was intimately connected in all the pagan theogonies with the dragon, her eternal enemy. The Virgin, or Madonna, stands on the mythical Satan thus symbolized, who lies crushed and powerless under her feet. This because the head and tail of the dragon, which to this day in Eastern astronomy represent the ascending and descending nodes of the moon, were also symbolized in ancient Greece by the two serpents. Hercules kills them on the day of his birth, and so does the babe in his Virgin Mother's arms. As Mr. Gerald Massey aptly observes in this connection, quote, "All such symbols figured their own facts from the first, and did not prefigure others of a totally different order. The iconography, and dogmas too, had survived in Rome from a period remotely pre-Christian. There was neither forgery nor interpolation of types, nothing but a continuity of imagery with a perversion of its meaning." End of section 14.
Section 15 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Chapter 10, Tree, Serpent, and Crocodile Worship. Object of horror or of adoration, men have for the serpent an implacable hatred, or prostrate themselves before its genius. Lie calls it, prudence claims it, envy carries it in its heart, and eloquence on its caduceus. In hell it arms the whip of the Furies. In heaven eternity makes of it its symbol. De Chateaubriand. The Ophites asserted that there were several kinds of genii, from God to man, that the relative superiority of these was decided by the degree of light that was accorded to each, and they maintained that the serpent had to be constantly called upon and to be thanked for the signal service it had rendered humanity. For it taught Adam that if he ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, he would raise his being immensely by the learning and wisdom he would thus acquire. Such was the exoteric reason given. It is easy to see whence is the primal idea of the dual, Janus-like character of the serpent, the good and the bad. This symbol is one of the most ancient, because the reptile preceded the bird, and the bird the mammal. Hence the belief, or rather the superstition, of the savage tribes who think that the souls of their ancestors live under this form, and the general association of the serpent with the tree. The legends about the various meanings it represents are numberless, but as most of them are allegorical, they have now passed into the class of fables based on ignorance and dark superstition. For instance, when Philostratus narrates that the natives of India and Arabia fed on the heart and liver of serpents in order to learn the language of all the animals, the serpent being credited with that faculty, he certainly never meant his words to be accepted literally. As will be found more than once as we proceed, serpent and dragon were names given to the wise ones, the initiated adepts of olden times. It was their wisdom and their learning that were devoured or assimilated by their followers, whence the allegory. When the Scandinavian Sigurd is fabled to have roasted the heart of Fafnir, the dragon, whom he had slain, and thence to have become the wisest of men, the meaning is the same. Sigurd had become learned in the runes and magical charms. He had received the word from an initiate of the name of Fafnir, or from a sorcerer, after which the latter died, as do many after passing the word. Epiphanius lets out the secret of the Gnostics in trying to expose their heresies. The Gnostic Ophites, he says, had a reason for honoring the serpent. It was because he taught the primeval men the mysteries. Verily so, but they did not have Adam and Eve in the garden in their minds when teaching this dogma, but simply that which is stated above. The Nagas of the Hindu and Tibetan adepts were human Nagas, serpents, not reptiles. Moreover, the serpent has ever been the type of consecutive or serial rejuvenation of immortality and time. The numerous and extremely interesting readings, the interpretations and facts about serpent worship given by Mr. Gerald Massey's Natural Genesis are very ingenious and scientifically correct, but they are far from covering the whole of the meanings implied. They divulge only the astronomical and physiological mysteries, with the addition of some cosmic phenomena. On the lowest plane of materiality, the serpent was, no doubt, the great emblem of mystery in the mysteries, and was, very likely, adopted as a type of feminine pubescence on account of its slowing and self-renewal. It was so, however, only with regard to mysteries concerning terrestrial animal life, for, as the symbol of reclothing and rebirth in the universal mysteries, its final phase, or shall we rather say its incipient and culminating phases, was not of this plane. These phases were generated in the pure realm of ideal light, and having accomplished the round of the whole cycle of adaptations and symbolism, the mysteries returned from whence they had come, into the essence of immaterial causality. They belonged to the highest gnosis, and surely this could have never obtained its name and fame solely on account of its penetration into physiological, and especially feminine functions. As a symbol, the serpent had as many aspects and occult meanings as the tree itself. The tree of life, with which it was emblematically and almost indissolubly connected. Whether viewed as a metaphysical or a physical symbol, the tree and serpent, jointly or separately, have never been so degraded by antiquity as they are now, in this our age of breaking of idols, not for truth's sake, but to glorify the most gross matter. The revelations and interpretations of General Forlong's Rivers of Life would have astounded the worshippers of the tree and serpent in the days of archaic Chaldean and Egyptian wisdom, and even the early Shaivas would have recoiled in horror at the theories and suggestions of the author of said work. The notion of Pain Knight and Inman that the cross or tau is simply a copy of the male organs in a triadic form is radically false, writes Mr. G. Massey, who proves what he says. But this is a statement that could be as justly applied to almost all the modern interpretations of ancient symbols. The Natural Genesis, a monumental work of research and thought, the most complete on that subject that has ever been published, covering as it does a wider field, and explaining much more than all the symbologists who have hitherto written, does not yet go beyond the psychotheistic stage of ancient thought. Nor were Pain Knight and Inman altogether wrong, except in entirely failing to see that their interpretations of the Tree of Life, as the cross and phallus, fitted the symbol only in the lowest and latest stage of the evolutionary development of the idea of the giver of life. It was the last and the grossest physical transformation of nature in animal, insect, bird, and even plant, for biune creative magnetism, in the form of the attraction of contraries or sexual polarization, acts in the constitution of reptile and bird as it does in that of man. Moreover, the modern symbologists and Orientalists, from first to last, being ignorant of the real mysteries revealed by occultism, can necessarily see but this last stage. If told that this mode of procreation, which the whole world of being has now in common on this earth, is but a passing phase, a physical means of furnishing the conditions to, and producing the phenomena of, life, and that it will alter with this, and disappear with the next root race, they would laugh at such a superstitious and unscientific idea. But the most learned occultists assert this because they know it. The universe of living beings, of all those which procreate their species, is the living witness to the various modes of procreation in the evolution of animal and human species and races, and the naturalist ought to sense this truth intuitionally, even though he is yet unable to demonstrate it. How could he, indeed, with the present modes of thought? The landmarks of the archaic history of the past are few and scarce, and those that men of science come across are mistaken for finger-posts of our little era. Even so-called universal history embraces but a tiny field in the almost boundless space of the unexplored regions of our latest, fifth, root race. Hence, every fresh signpost, every new glyph of the hoary past that is discovered, is added to the old stock of information to be interpreted on the same lines of pre-existing conceptions, and without any reference to the special cycle of thought which that particular glyph may belong to. How can truth ever come to light if this method is never changed? Thus, in the beginning of their joint existence as a glyph of immortal being, the tree and serpent were divine imagery truly. The tree was reversed, and its roots were generated in heaven and grew out of the rootless root of all being. Its trunk grew and developed. Crossing the plains of the pleroma, it shot out crossways its luxuriant branches, first on the plane of hardly differentiated matter, and then downward till they touched the terrestrial plane. Thus, the Ashvatha tree of life and being, whose destruction alone leads to immortality, is said in the Bhagavad Gita to grow its roots above and its branches below. The roots represent the Supreme Being, or First Cause, the Logos, but one has to go beyond those roots to unite oneself with Krishna, who, says Arjuna, is, quote, greater than Brahman and First Cause, the indestructible, that which is not, and what is beyond them. Unquote. Its boughs are Hiranyagarbha, Brahma or Brahman in its highest manifestations, say Shridhastyaman and Madhustana, the highest Dayan Chohans or Divas. The Vedas are its leaves. He only who goes beyond the roots shall never return, that is to say, shall reincarnate no more during this age of Brahma. It is only when its pure boughs had touched the terrestrial mud of the Garden of Eden of our Adamic race that this tree became soiled by the contact and lost its pristine purity, and that the serpent of eternity, the heaven-born Logos, was finally degraded. In days of old, of the divine dynasties on earth, the now dreaded reptile was regarded as the first beam of light that radiated from the abyss of divine mystery. Various were the forms which it was made to assume, and numerous the natural symbols adapted to it, as it crossed the eons of time, as from infinite time, Kala, itself it fell into the space and time evolved out of human speculation. These forms were cosmic and astronomical, theistic and pantheistic, abstract and concrete. They became in turn the polar dragon and the Southern Cross, the Alpha Draconis of the pyramid, and the Hindu-Buddhist dragon, which ever threatens, yet never swallows, the sun during its eclipses. Till then, the tree remained ever green, for it was sprinkled by the waters of life. The great dragon remained ever divine, so long as it was kept within the precincts of the sidereal fields. But the tree grew, and its lower boughs at last touched the infernal regions, our earth. Then the great serpent, Nidhogg, he who devours the corpses of the evildoers in the hall of misery, human life, so soon as they are plunged into Wergelmer, the roaring cauldron of human passions, gnawed the reversed world tree. The worms of materiality covered the once healthy and mighty roots, and are now ascending higher and higher along the trunk, while the Midgard snake, coiled at the bottom of the seas, encircles the earth, and through its venomous breath makes her powerless to defend herself. The dragons and serpents of antiquity are all 7-headed, 1 head for each race, and every head with 7 hairs on it, as the allegory has it. I, from Ananta, the serpent of eternity, which carries Vishnu through the Manvantara, from the original primordial Shisha, whose 7 heads become 1,000 heads in the Puranic fancy, down to the 7-headed Akkadian serpent. This typifies the 7 principles throughout nature and in man, the highest or middle head being the 7th. It is not of the Mosaic Jewish Sabbath that Philo speaks in his Creation of the World, when saying that the world was completed according to the perfect nature of number 6, for, quote, "When that reason, nous, which is wholly in accordance with the number 7, has entered the soul," the living body rather, "the number 6 is thus arrested, and all the mortal things which that number makes." And again, "Number 7 is the festival day of all the earth, the birthday of the world. I know not whether any one would be able to celebrate the number 7 in adequate terms." End quote. The author of the Natural Genesis thinks that, quote, "the septenary of stars seen in the Great Bear, the Saptarshish, and 7-headed dragon furnish a visible origin for the symbolic 7 of time above. The goddess of the 7 stars was the mother of time, as Kep, whence Kepti and Septi for the 2 times and number 7. So this is the star of the 7 by name. Sevka, Kronos, the son of the goddess, has the name of the 7 or 7th. So has Shefka Abu, who builds the house on high, as Wisdom, Sophia, built hers with 7 pillars. The primary chronotypes were 7, and thus the beginning of time in heaven is based on the number and the name of 7, on account of the starry demonstrators. The 7 stars, as they turned round annually, kept pointing, as it were, with the forefinger of the right hand, and describing a circle in the upper and lower heaven. The number 7 naturally suggested a measure by 7. That led to what may be termed sevening, and to the marking and mapping out of the circle in 7 corresponding divisions, which were assigned to the 7 great constellations, and thus was formed the celestial heptanomus of Egypt in the heavens. When the stellar heptanomus was broken up and divided into 4 quarters, it was multiplied by 4, and the 28 signs took the place of the primary 7 constellations, the lunar zodiac of 28 signs being the registered result of reckoning 28 days to the moon, or a lunar month. In the Chinese arrangement, the 4 sevens are given to 4 genii that preside over the 4 cardinal points, or rather, the 7 northern constellations make up the Black Warrior, the 7 eastern, Chinese autumn, constitute the White Tiger, the 7 southern are the Vermilion Bird, and the 7 western, called vernal, are the Azure Dragon. Each of these 4 spirits presides over its heptanomus during 1 lunar week. The genetrix of the first heptanomus, Typhon of the 7 stars, now took a lunar character. In this phase we find the goddess Sevek, whose name signifies number 7, is the feminine word, or logos, in place of the mother of time, who was the earlier word, as goddess of the 7 stars. End quote. The author shows that it was the goddess of the Great Bear and mother of time, who was in Egypt from the earliest times the living word, and that Sevek Cronus, whose type was the crocodile dragon, the pre-planetary form of Saturn, was called her son and consort. He was her word logos. The above is quite plain, but it is not the knowledge of astronomy only that led the ancients to the process of sevening. The primal cause goes far deeper, and will be explained in its place. The above quotations are no digressions. They are brought forward as showing a. the reason why a full initiate was called a dragon, a snake, a naga, and b. that our septenary division was used by the priests of the earliest dynasties in Egypt, for the same reason, and on the same basis, as by us. This needs further elucidation, however. As already stated, what Mr. Gerald Massey calls the 4 genii of the 4 cardinal points, and the Chinese, the black warrior, white tiger, vermilion bird, and azure dragon, are called in the secret books the 4 hidden dragons of wisdom, and the celestial nagas. Now, the 7-headed or septenary dragon Logos is shown to have, in course of time, been split up, so to speak, into 4 heptanomic parts, or 28 portions. Each week has a distinct occult character in the lunar month. Each day of the 28 has its special characteristics, for each of the 12 constellations, whether separately or in combination with other signs, has an occult influence, either for good or for evil. This represents the sum of knowledge that men can acquire on this earth. Yet few are those who acquire it, and still fewer are the wise men who get to the root of knowledge symbolized by the great root dragon, the spiritual logos of these visible signs. But those who do receive the name of dragons, and they are the arhats of the 4 truths of the 28 faculties or attributes, and have always been so called. The Alexandrian Neoplatonists asserted that to become real Chaldees or Magi, one had to master the science or knowledge of the periods of the 7 rectors of the world, in whom is all wisdom. And Iamblichus is credited with another version, which does not, however, alter the meaning, for he says, quote, "The Assyrians have not only preserved the records of 27 myriads of years, as Hipparchus says they have, but likewise of the whole apokatastases and periods of the 7 rulers of the world." End quote. The legends of every nation and tribe, whether civilized or savage, point to the once universal belief in the great wisdom and cunning of the serpents. They are charmers. They hypnotize the bird with their eye, and man himself very often does not overcome their fascinating influence. Therefore, the symbol is a most fitting one. The crocodile is the Egyptian dragon. It was the dual symbol of heaven and earth, of sun and moon, and was made sacred in consequence of its amphibious nature to Osiris and Isis. According to Eusebius, the Egyptians represented the sun in a ship as its pilot, this ship being carried along by a crocodile to show the motion of the sun in the moist space. The crocodile was, moreover, the symbol of Lower Egypt herself, the lower being the more swampy of the 2 countries. The alchemists claim another interpretation. They say that the symbol of the sun in the ship on the ether of space meant that the hermetic matter is the principle or basis of gold, or again, the philosophical sun. The water, within which the crocodile is swimming, is that water, or matter, made liquid. The ship herself, finally, representing the vessel of nature, in which the sun, or the sulphuric, igneous principle, acts as a pilot, because it is the sun which conducts the work by his action upon the moist, or mercury. The above is only for the alchemists. The serpent became the type and symbol of evil, and of the devil, only during the Middle Ages. The early Christians, as well as the Ophite Gnostics, had their dual logos. the good and the bad serpent, the agathodemon, and the cacodemon. This is demonstrated by the writings of Marcus, Valentinus, and many others, and especially in Pistis Sophia, certainly a document of the earliest centuries of Christianity. On the marble sarcophagus of a tomb discovered in 1852 near Porta Pia, one sees the scene of the adoration of the Magi, or else, remarks the late C.W. King in The Gnostics and Their Remains, quote, "The prototype of that scene, the birth of the new sun." End quote. The mosaic floor exhibited a curious design which might have represented either Isis suckling the babe Harpocrates or the Madonna nursing the infant Jesus. In the smaller sarcophagi that surrounded the larger one, many leaden plates rolled like scrolls were found, 11 of which can still be deciphered. The contents of these ought to be regarded as final proof of a much vexed question, for they show that either the early Christians, up to the 6th century, were bona fide pagans, or that dogmatic Christianity was borrowed wholesale and passed in full into the Christian Church, sun, tree, serpent, crocodile, and all. Quote, "On the first is seen Anubis, holding out a scroll. At his feet are 2 female busts. Before all are 2 serpents entwined about a corpse swathed up like a mummy. In the second scroll is Anubis holding out a cross, the sign of life. Under his feet lies the corpse, encircled in the numerous folds of a huge serpent, the agathodemon, guardian of the deceased. In the third scroll, the same Anubis bears on his arm an oblong object, held so as to convert the outline of the figure into a complete Latin cross. At the god's foot is a rhomboid, the Egyptian egg of the world, towards which crawls a serpent coiled into a circle. Under the busts is the letter omega, repeated 7 times in a line, reminding one of the names. Very remarkable also is the line of characters, apparently Palmyrene, upon the legs of the first Anubis. As for the figure of the serpent, supposing these talismans to emanate not from the Isiac, but the newer Ophide creed, it may well stand for that true and perfect serpent who leads forth the souls of all that put their trust in him out of the Egypt of the body and through the Red Sea of death into the land of promise, saving them on their way from the serpents of the wilderness, that is, from the rulers of the stars." End quote. And this true and perfect serpent is the 7-lettered God, who is now credited with being Jehovah, and Jesus one with him. To this 7-voweled God, the candidate for initiation is sent by the first mystery in the Pistis Sophia, a work earlier than St. John's Revelation, and evidently of the same school. The serpent of the 7 thunders uttered these 7 vowels. But seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not, says Revelation. "Do ye seek after these mysteries?" inquires Jesus in Pistis Sophia. "No mystery is more excellent than they," the 7 vowels, "for they shall bring your souls into the light of lights," that is, true wisdom. "Nothing, therefore, is more excellent than the mysteries which ye seek after, saving only the mystery of the 7 vowels, and their 49 powers, and the numbers thereof." In India it was the mystery of the 7 fires and their 49 fires, or aspects, or the numbers thereof. These 7 vowels are represented by the swastika signs on the crowns of the 7 heads of the Serpent of Eternity in India, among esoteric Buddhists in Egypt, in Chaldea, and so forth, and among the initiates of every other country. They are the 7 zones of post-mortem ascent in the Hermetic writings, in each of which the mortal leaves one of his souls or principles, until, arrived on the plane above all zones, he remains as the great formless serpent of absolute wisdom, or the deity itself. The seven-headed serpent has more than one signification in the arcane teachings. It is the seven-headed Draco, each of whose heads is a star of the Lesser Bear, but it was also, and preeminently, the serpent of darkness, inconceivable and incomprehensible, whose 7 heads were the 7 logoi, the reflections of the one and first manifested light, the universal Logos. End of section 15. Recording by Olivia.
Section 16 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Chapter 11, Demon est Deus inversus, Part 1. This symbolical sentence, in its many-sided forms, is certainly most dangerous and iconoclastic in the face of all the dualistic later religions, or rather theologies, and especially so in the light of Christianity. Yet it is neither just nor correct to say that it is Christianity which has conceived and brought forth Satan. As an adversary, the opposing power required by the equilibrium and harmony of things in nature, as shadow is required to make still brighter the light, as night to bring into greater relief the day, and as cold to make one appreciate the more the comfort of heat, so has Satan ever existed. Homogeneity is one and indivisible. But if the homogeneous one and absolute is no mere figure of speech, and if heterogeneity, in its dualistic aspect, is its offspring, its bifurcous shadow or reflection, then even that divine homogeneity must contain in itself the essence of both good and evil. If God is absolute, infinite, and the universal root of all and everything in nature and its universe, whence comes evil, or devil, if not from the same golden womb of the absolute? Thus we are forced either to accept the emanation of good and evil, of Agatha-daemon and Cacodemon, as offshoots from the same trunk of the tree of being, or to resign ourselves to the absurdity of believing in two eternal absolutes. Having to trace the origin of the idea to the very beginnings of the human mind, it is but just, meanwhile, to give his due even to the proverbial devil. Antiquity knew of no isolated, thoroughly and absolutely bad god of evil. Pagan thought represented good and evil as twin brothers, born from the same mother, nature. So soon as that thought ceased to be archaic, wisdom passed into philosophy. In the beginning, the symbols of good and evil were mere abstractions, light and darkness. Later, their types were chosen among the most natural and ever-recurrent periodical cosmic phenomena, the day and night, or the sun and moon. Then the hosts of the solar and lunar deities were made to represent them, and the dragon of darkness was contrasted with the dragon of light. The host of Satan is a son of God, no less than the host of the Bnei Olim, the children of God who came to present themselves before the Lord, their Father. The sons of God become the fallen angels only after perceiving that the daughters of men were fair. In the Indian philosophy, the Suras are among the earliest and the brightest gods, and become Asuras only when dethroned by Brahmanical fancy. Satan never assumed an anthropomorphic, individualized shape until the creation by man of a one living personal God had been accomplished, and then merely as a matter of prime necessity. A screen was needed, a scapegoat to explain the cruelty, blunders, and but too evident injustice perpetrated by him for whom absolute perfection, mercy, and goodness were claimed. This was the first karmic effect of abandoning a philosophical and logical pantheism, to build, as a prop for lazy man, a merciful Father in heaven, whose daily and hourly actions, as natura naturans, the comely mother but stone cold, belie the assumption. This led to the primal twins, Osiris Typhon, or Mazd Ahriman, and finally Cain Abel, and the tutti quanti of contraries. Having commenced by being synonymous with nature, God, the creator, ended by being made its author. Pascal settles the difficulty very cunningly by saying, "Nature has perfections, in order to show that she is the image of God, and defects in order to show that she is only his image. The further back one recedes into the darkness of the prehistoric ages, the more philosophical does the prototypic figure of the later Satan appear. The first adversary, in individual human form, that one meets with in old Puranic literature is one of her greatest rishis and yogis, Narada, surnamed the Strife Maker. And he is a Brahmaputra, a son of Brahma the male, but of him later on. Who the great deceiver really is, one can ascertain by searching for him, with open eyes and an unprejudiced mind, in every old cosmogony and scripture. It is the anthropomorphized demiurge, the creator of heaven and earth, when separated from the collective hosts of his fellow creators, whom, so to speak, he represents and synthesizes. It is now the god of theologies. The wish is father to the thought. Once upon a time, a philosophical symbol left to perverse human fancy, afterwards fashioned into a fiendish, deceiving, cunning, and jealous god. As the dragons and other fallen angels are described in other parts of this work, a few words upon the much slandered Satan will be sufficient. The student will do well to remember that, with every people, except the Christian nations, the devil is to this day no worse an entity than the opposite aspect in the dual nature of the so-called Creator. This is only natural. One cannot claim God as the synthesis of the whole universe, as omnipresent and omniscient and infinite, and then divorce him from evil. As there is far more evil than good in the world, it follows on logical grounds that either God must include evil, or stand as the direct cause of it, or else surrender his claims to absoluteness. The ancients understood this so well that their philosophers, now followed by the Kabbalists, defined evil as the lining of God, or good. Demon est deus inversus, being a very old adage. Indeed, evil is but an antagonizing blind force in nature. It is reaction, opposition, and contrast. Evil for some, good for others. There is no malum in se, only the shadow of light, without which light could have no existence, even in our perceptions. If evil disappeared, good would disappear along with it from earth. The old dragon was pure spirit before he became matter, passive before he became active. In the Syro-Chaldean magic, both Ophis and Ophiomorphos are joined in the zodiac in the sign of the androgyne Virgo-Scorpio. Before its fall on earth, the serpent was Ophis Christus, and after its fall, it became Ophiomorphos Crestus. Everywhere the speculations of the Kabbalists treat of evil as a force, which is antagonistic but at the same time essential to good, as giving it vitality and existence, which it can never have otherwise. There would be no life possible, in the Mayavic sense, without death, no regeneration and reconstruction without destruction. Plants would perish in eternal sunlight, and so would man, who would become an automaton without the exercise of his free will, and his aspiring towards that sunlight, which would lose its being and value for him, had he nothing but light. Good is infinite and eternal only in the eternally concealed from us, and this is why we imagine it eternal. On the manifested planes, one equilibrates the other. Few are those theists, believers in a personal God, who do not make of Satan the shadow of God, or who, confounding both, do not believe they have a right to pray to their idol, asking its help and protection for the exercise of, and immunity for, their evil and cruel deeds. Lead us not into temptation is addressed daily to our Father in heaven, and not to the devil by millions of Christian hearts. This they do, repeating the very words put into the mouth of their Savior, and yet do not give one thought to the fact that their meaning is contradicted point blank by James, the brother of the Lord. Let due man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. Why, then, say that it is the devil who tempts us, when the Church teaches us on the authority of Christ that it is God who does so? Open any pious volume in which the word temptation is defined in its theological sense, and forthwith you find two definitions. 1. Those afflictions and troubles whereby God tries his people. 2. Those means and enticements which the devil makes use of to ensnare and allure mankind. Accepted literally, the teachings of Christ and James contradict each other, And what dogma can reconcile the two if the occult meaning is rejected? Between the alternative allurements, wise will be that philosopher who will be able to decide where God disappears to make room for the devil. Therefore, when we read that the devil is a liar and the father of it, that is an incarnate lie, and are also told in the same breath that Satan, the devil, was a son of God and the most beautiful of his archangels, rather than believe that Father and Son are a gigantic, personified, and eternal lie, we prefer to turn to pantheism and to pagan philosophy for information. Once that the key to Genesis is in our hands, the scientific and symbolical Kabbalah unveils the secret. The great serpent of the Garden of Eden and the Lord God are identical, and so are Jehovah and Cain, that Cain who is referred to in theology as the murderer and the liar to God. Jehovah tempts the king of Israel to number the people, and Satan tempts him to do the same in another place. Jehovah turns into the fiery serpents to bite those he is displeased with, and Jehovah informs the brazen serpent that heals them. These short and seemingly contradictory statements in the Old Testament, contradictory because the two powers are separated, instead of being regarded as the two faces of one and the same thing, are the echoes, distorted out of recognition by exotericism and theology, of the universal and philosophical dogmas in nature, so well understood by the primitive sages. We find the same groundwork in several personifications in the Puranas, only far more ample and philosophically suggestive. Thus, Palastia, a son of God, one of the first progeny, is made the progenitor of demons, the Rakshasas, the tempters and the devourers of men. Pishacha, a female demon, is a daughter of Daksha, a son of God, too, and a god, and the mother of all the Pishachas. The demons, so called in the Puranas, are very extraordinary devils when judged from the standpoint of European and Orthodox views, since all of them, Danavas, Daityas, Pishachas, and Rakshasas, are represented as extremely pious, following the precepts of the Vedas, some of them even being great yogins. But they oppose the clergy and ritualism, sacrifices and forms, just as the head yogins do to this day in India, and are no less respected for it, though they are permitted to follow neither caste nor ritual. Hence, all those Puranic giants and titans are called devils. The missionaries, ever on the watch to show, if they can, that the Hindu traditions are nothing better than a reflection of the Jewish Bible, have evolved a whole romance on the alleged identity of Palastia with Cain, and of the Rakshasas with the Cainites, the accursed, the cause of the Noachian deluge. See the work of Abbe Garacio, who etymologizes Palastia's name as meaning the rejected, hence Cain, if you please. Palastia dwells in Kedara, he says, which means a dug-up place, a mine, and Cain is shown, in tradition and the Bible, as the first worker in metals, and a miner thereof. While it is very probable that the Gaborim, or giants, of the Bible are the Rakshasas of the Hindus, it is still more certain that both are Atlanteans, and belong to the submerged races. However it may be, no Satan could be more persistent in slandering his enemy, or more spiteful in his hatred, than the Christian theologians are in cursing him as the father of every evil. Compare their vituperation and their opinions about the devil with the philosophical views of the Puranic sages and their Christ-like mansuetude. When Parashara, whose father was devoured by a Rakshasa, was preparing himself to destroy, by magic arts, the whole race, his grandsire, Vasishtha, after showing the irate sage on his own confession that there is evil and karma, but no evil spirits, speaks the following suggestive words. Let thy wrath be appeased. The Rakshasas are not culpable. Thy father's death was the work of destiny, karma. Anger is the passion of fools. It becometh not a wise man. By whom, it may be asked, is anyone killed? Every man reaps the consequences of his own acts. Anger, my son, is the destruction of all that man obtains, and prevents the attainment of emancipation. The sages shun wrath. Be not thou, my child, subject to its influence. Let no more of those unoffending spirits of darkness be consumed. Let this, thy sacrifice, cease. Mercy is the might of the righteous. Thus, every such sacrifice or prayer to God for help is no better than an act of black magic. That which Parashara prayed for was the destruction of the spirits of darkness for his personal revenge. He is called a pagan, and the Christians have doomed him as such to eternal hell. Yet, in what respect is the prayer of sovereigns and generals who pray before every battle for the destruction of their enemy any better? Such a prayer is in every case black magic of the worst kind, concealed like a demon Mr. Hyde under a sanctimonious Dr. Jekyll. In human nature, evil denotes only the polarity of matter and spirit, a struggle for life between the two manifested principles in space and time, which principles are one per se, inasmuch as they are rooted in the absolute. In cosmos, the equilibrium must be preserved. The operations of the two contraries produce harmony, like the centripetal and centrifugal forces, which, being mutually interdependent, are necessary to each other, in order that both should live. If one should be arrested, the action of the other would become immediately self-destructive. Since the personification called Satan has been amply analyzed from its triple aspect in the Old Testament, Christian theology, and the ancient Gentile attitude of thought, those who would learn more of the subject are referred to Isis Unveiled, and the second part of Volume 2 of the present work. The subject is here touched upon, and fresh explanations are attempted for a very good reason. Before we can approach the evolution of physical and divine man, we have first to master the idea of cyclic evolution, to acquaint ourselves with the philosophies and beliefs of the four races which preceded our present race, and to learn what were the ideas of those titans and giants. Giants, verily, mentally as well as physically. The whole of antiquity was imbued with that philosophy which teaches the involution of spirit into matter, the progressive, downward, cyclic descent, or active, self-conscious evolution. The Alexandrian Gnostics have sufficiently divulged the secrets of initiations, and their records are full of the falling down of the eons, in their double qualification of angelic beings and periods, the one the natural evolution of the other. On the other hand, Oriental traditions on both sides of the Black Water, the oceans that separate the two Easts, are equally full of allegories about the downfall of the Pleroma, or that of the gods and devas. One and all, they allegorized and explained the fall as the desire to learn and acquire knowledge, the desire to know. This is the natural sequence of mental evolution, the spiritual becoming transmuted into the material or physical. The same law of descent into materiality and of reascent into spirituality asserted itself during the Christian era, the reaction having only stopped just now in our own special subrace. That which was allegorized in Pymander, perhaps 10 millenniums ago, for a triune mode of interpretation, and intended for a record of an astronomical, anthropological, and even alchemical fact, namely, the allegory of the 7 rectors breaking through the 7 circles of fire, was dwarfed into one material and anthropomorphic interpretation, the rebellion and fall of the angels, the multivocal, profoundly philosophical narrative, under its poetical form of the marriage of heaven with earth, the love of nature for defined form, and the heavenly man enraptured with his own beauty mirrored in nature, that is to say, spirit attracted into matter, has now become, under theological handling, the 7 rectors disobeying Jehovah, self-admiration generating satanic pride, followed by their fall, Jehovah permitting no worship to be lost save upon himself. In short, the beautiful planet angels, the glorious cyclic eons of the ancients, have become synthesized in their most orthodox shape in Samael, the chief of the demons in the Talmud, that great serpent with 12 wings that draws down after himself, in his fall, the solar system, or the Titans. But Schemal, the alter eagle and the Sabian type of Samael, in his philosophical and esoteric aspect, meant the year in its astrological evil aspect, with its 12 months or wings of unavoidable evils in nature. In esoteric theogony, both Schemal and Samael represented a particular divinity. With the Kabbalists, they are the spirit of the earth, the personal god that governs it, and therefore de facto identical with Jehovah. For the Talmudists themselves admit that Samael is a god name of one of the 7 Elohim. The Kabbalists, moreover, show the two, Schemal and Samael, as a symbolical form of Saturn, Cronus, the 12 wings standing for the 12 months, and the symbol in its collectivity representing a racial cycle. Jehovah and Saturn are also glyphically identical. This leads, in its turn, to a very curious deduction from a Roman Catholic dogma. Many renowned writers belonging to the Latin Church admit that a difference exists and should be made between the Uranian Titans, the antediluvian giants, who were also Titans, and those post-diluvian giants in whom the Roman Catholics persist in seeing the descendants of the mythical Ham. In clearer words, there is a difference to be made between the cosmic, primordial opposing forces guided by cyclic law, the Atlantean human giants, and the post-diluvian great adepts, whether of the right or the left hand. At the same time, they show that Michael, the generalissimo of the fighting celestial host, the bodyguard of Jehovah, as it would seem, according to de Merville, is also a Titan, only with the adjective of divine before the cognomen. Thus those Uranides, who are called everywhere divine Titans, and who, having rebelled against Cronus, or Saturn, are therefore also shown to be the enemies of Samael, also one of the Elohim, and synonymous with Jehovah in his collectivity, are identical with Michael and his host. In short, the roles are reversed. All the combatants are confused, and no student is able to distinguish clearly which is which. Esoteric explanation may, however, bring some order into this confusion, in which Jehovah becomes Saturn and Michael and his army, Satan and the rebellious angels, owing to the indiscreet endeavors of the two faithful zealots to see a devil in every pagan god. The true meaning is far more philosophical, and the legend of the first fall of the angels assumes a scientific coloring when correctly understood. End of section 16. Section 17 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism. Chapter 11. Demon est Deus inversus. Part 2. Cronus stands for endless and hence immovable duration, without beginning, without end, beyond divided time, and beyond space. Those angels, genii, or devas, who were born to act in space and time, that is, to break through the 7 circles of the super-spiritual planes into the phenomenal, or circumscribed, super-terrestrial regions, are said allegorically to have rebelled against Cronus, and fought the lion who was then the one living and highest god. When Cronus, in his turn, is represented as mutilating Uranus, his father, the meaning of the allegory is very simple. Absolute time is made to become the finite and conditioned. A portion is robbed from the whole, thus showing that Saturn, the father of the gods, has been transformed from eternal duration into a limited period. Cronus, with his scythe, cuts down even the longest and, to us, seemingly endless cycles, which, for all that, are limited in eternity, and with the same scythe destroys the mightiest rebels. Aye, not one will escape the scythe of time. Praise the god or gods, or flout one or both, that scythe will not tremble 1/1,000,000th of a second in its ascending or descending course. The Titans of Hesiod's theogony were copied in Greece from the Suras and Asuras of India. These Hesiodic Titans, the Uranides, which were once upon a time numbered as only 6, have been recently discovered, in an old fragment relating to the Greek myth, to be 7, the 7th being called Foreg. Thus their identity with the 7 rectors is fully demonstrated. The origin of the war in heaven and the fall has, in our mind, to be traced unavoidably to India, and perhaps far earlier than the Puranic accounts thereof. For the Taraka Maya was in a later age, and there are accounts of 3 distinct wars to be traced in almost every cosmogony. The first war happened in the night of time, between the gods and Asuras, and lasted for the period of 1 divine year. On this occasion the deities were defeated by the Daityas under the leadership of Harada. But afterwards, owing to a device of Vishnu, to whom the conquered gods applied for help, the latter defeated the Asuras. In the Vishnu Purana, no interval is found between the 2 wars. In the esoteric doctrine, however, One war takes place before the building of the solar system, another on Earth, at the creation of man, and a third war is mentioned as taking place at the close of the fourth race, between its adepts and those of the fifth race, that is, between the initiates of the sacred island and the sorcerers of Atlantis. We shall notice the first contest, as recounted by Parashara, and endeavor to separate the two accounts, which are purposely blended together. It is there stated that as the Daichas and Asuras were engaged in the duties of their respective orders, Varnas, and followed the paths prescribed by Holy Writ, practicing also religious penance, a queer employment for demons, if they are identical with our devils, as it is claimed, it was impossible for the gods to destroy them. The prayers addressed by the gods to Vishnu are curious, as showing the ideas involved in an anthropomorphic deity. Having, after their defeat, fled to the northern shore of the Milky Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, the discomfited gods address many supplications to the first of beings, the divine Vishnu, and among others the following: Glory to thee, who art one with the saints, whose perfect nature is ever blessed, and traverses, unobstructed, all permeable elements. Glory to thee, who art one with the serpent race, double-tongued, impetuous, cruel, insatiate of enjoyment, and abounding with wealth. Glory to thee. O Lord, who hast neither color nor extension, nor bulk, gana, nor any predicable qualities, and whose essence, rupa, purest of the pure, is appreciable only by holy Paramarshis, the greatest of sages or rishis. We bow to thee in the nature of Brahma, uncreated, undecaying, Avyaya, who art in our bodies, and in all other bodies, and in all living creatures, and beside whom nothing exists. We glorify that Vasudeva, the Lord of all, who is without soil, the seed of all things, exempt from dissolution, unborn, eternal, being, in essence, Paramaparatmavat, beyond the condition of spirit, and, in substance, Rupa, the whole of this universe. The above is quoted as an illustration of the vast field offered by the Puranas to adverse and erroneous criticism by every European bigot who forms an estimate of an alien religion on mere external evidence. Any man accustomed to subject what he reads to thoughtful analysis will see at a glance the incongruity of addressing the accepted unknowable, the formless, and attributeless absolute, such as the Vedantins define Brahman, as being one with the serpent race, double-tongued, cruel, and insatiable, thus associating the abstract with the concrete, and bestowing adjectives on that which is free from any limitations, and conditionless. Even Professor Wilson, who, after living surrounded by Brahmins and Pandits in India for so many years, ought to have known better, even that scholar lost no opportunity of criticizing the Hindu scriptures on this account. Thus he exclaims, "The Puranas constantly teach incompatible doctrines. According to this passage, the Supreme Being is not the inert cause of creation only, but exercises the functions of an active providence." The commentator quotes a text of the Vedain support of this view. Universal soul entering into men governs their conduct. Incongruities, however, are as frequent in the Vedas as in the Puranas. Less frequent in sober truth than in the Mosaic Bible. But prejudice is great in the hearts of our Orientalists, especially in those of reverend scholars. Universal soul is not the inert cause of creation, or para, Brahman, but simply that which we call the sixth principle of intellectual cosmos, on the manifested plane of being. It is Mahat, or Mahabhuti, the great soul, the vehicle of spirit, the first primeval reflection of the formless cause, and that which is even beyond spirit. So much for Professor Wilson's uncalled-for fling at the Puranas. As for the apparently incongruous appeal to Vishnu by the defeated gods, the explanation is there in the text of Vishnu Purana, if Orientalists would only notice it. There is Vishnu as Brahma, and Vishnu in his two aspects, philosophy teaches. There is but one Brahman, essentially Prakriti and spirit. This ignorance is truly and beautifully expressed in the praise of the Yogins to Brahma, the upholder of the earth, when they say, "Those who have not practiced devotion conceive erroneously of the nature of the world. The ignorant, who do not perceive that this universe is of the nature of wisdom, and judge of it as an object of perception only, are lost in the ocean of spiritual ignorance. But they who know true wisdom, and whose minds are pure, behold this whole world as one with divine knowledge, as one with thee, O God. Be favorable, O universal spirit. Therefore it is not Vishnu, the inward cause of creation, which exercised the functions of an active providence, but the universal soul, that which, in its material aspect, Eliphas Levi calls astral light. And this soul is, in its dual aspect of spirit and matter, the true anthropomorphic God of the theists. For this God is a personification of that universal creative agent, both pure and impure, owing to its manifested condition and differentiation in this myopic world, God and devil truly. But Professor Wilson failed to see how Vishnu, in this character, closely resembles the Lord God of Israel, especially in his policy of deception, temptation, and cunning. In the Vishnu Purana, this is made as plain as can be, for it is said there that, at the conclusion of their prayers, stotra, the gods beheld the sovereign deity Hari, Vishnu, armed with the shell, the discus, and the mace, riding on Garuda. Now, Garuda is the Manvantaric cycle, as will be shown in its place. Vishnu, therefore, is the deity in space and time, the peculiar god of the Vaishnavas. Such gods are called, in esoteric philosophy, tribal or racial. That is to say, one of the many dhyanis or gods, or Elohim, one of whom was generally chosen for some special reason by a nation or a tribe, and thus became gradually a god above all gods, the highest god, as Jehovah, Osiris, Bel, or any other of the 7 regions. The tree is known by its fruit, the nature of a god by his actions. We must either judge these actions by the dead-letter narratives, or must accept them allegorically. If we compared the two, Vishnu as the defender and champion of the defeated gods, and Jehovah, the defender and champion of the chosen people, so called by antiphrasis, no doubt, as it is the Jews who had chosen that jealous god, we shall find that both use deceit and cunning. They do so on the principle of the end justifying the means, in order to have the best of their respective opponents and foes, the demons. Thus, while, according to the Kabbalists, Jehovah assumes the shape of the tempting serpent in the Garden of Eden, sends Satan with a special mission to tempt Job, harasses and wearies Pharaoh with Sarai, Abraham's wife, and hardens another Pharaoh's heart against Moses, lest there should be no opportunity for plaguing his victims with great plagues, Vishnu is made in his Purana to resort to a trick no less unworthy of any respectable god. The defeated gods addressed Vishnu as follows: Have compassion upon us, O Lord, and protect us, who have come to thee for succor from the Daityas, demons. They have seized upon the 3 worlds, and appropriated the offerings which are our portion, taking care not to transgress the precepts of the Veda. Although we, as well as they, are parts of thee, engaged, as they are, in the paths prescribed by the Holy Writ, it is impossible for us to destroy them. Do thou, whose wisdom is immeasurable, Amayatman, instruct us in some device by which we may be able to exterminate the enemies of the gods. When the mighty Vishnu heard their request, he emitted from his body an illusory form, Mayamoa, the deluder by illusion, which he gave to the gods, and thus spake: This Mayamoa shall wholly beguile the Daityas, so that, being led astray from the path of the Vedas, they may be put to death. Go then, and fear not. Let this delusive vision precede you. It shall this day be of great service unto you, O gods. After this, the great delusion, Mayamoa, having proceeded to earth, beheld the Daityas engaged in ascetic penances, and approaching them, in the semblance of a Digambara, naked mendicant, with his head shaven, he thus addressed them in gentle accents: Ho, lords of the Daitya race, wherefore is it that you practice these arts of penances? Finally, the Daityas were seduced by the wily talk of Mayamoa, as Eve was seduced by the advice of the serpent. They became apostates to the Vedas, as Dr. Moore translates the passage. The great deceiver, practicing illusion, next beguiled other Daityas by means of many other sorts of heresy. In a very short time, these asuras, Daityas, deluded by the deceiver, who was Vishnu, abandoned the entire system founded on the ordinances of the Triple Veda. Some reviled the Vedas, others the ceremonial of sacrifice, and others the Brahmins. "This," they exclaimed, "is a doctrine which will not bear discussion. The slaughter of animals in sacrifice is not conducive to religious merit. To say that oblations of butter consumed in the fire produce any future reward is the assertion of a child. If it be a fact that a beast slain in sacrifice is exalted to heaven, why does not the worshipper slaughter his own father? Infallible utterances do not, great Asuras, fall from the skies. It is only assertions founded on reasoning that are accepted by me and by other intelligent persons like yourselves. Thus by numerous methods the Daityas were unsettled by the great deceiver, reason. When the Daityas had entered on the path of error, the deities mustered all their energies and approached to battle. Then followed a combat between the gods and the Asuras, and the latter, who had abandoned the right road, were smitten by the former. In previous times they had been defended by the armor of righteousness which they bore, but when that had been destroyed, they also perished. Whatever may be thought of the Hindus, no enemy of theirs can regard them as fools. A people whose holy men and sages have left to the world the greatest and most sublime philosophies that ever emanated from the minds of men, must have known the difference between right and wrong. Even a savage can discern white from black, good from bad, and deceit from sincerity and truthfulness. Those who had narrated this event in the biography of their god must have seen that in this case it was that god who was the arch-deceiver, and the Daityas, who never transgressed the precepts of the Vedas, who had the sunny side in the transaction, and who were the true gods. Thence there must have been, and there is a secret meaning hidden under this allegory. In no class of society, in no nation, are deceit and craft considered as divine virtues, except perhaps in the clerical classes of theologians and modern Jesuitism. The Vishnu Purana, like all other works of this kind, passed at a later period into the hands of the temple Brahmins, and the old MSS have, no doubt, been further tampered with by sectarians. But there was a time when the Puranas were esoteric works, and so they are still for the initiates who can read them with the key that is in their possession. Whether the Brahmin initiates will ever give out the full meaning of these allegories is a question with which the writer is not concerned. The present object is to show that, while honoring the creative powers in their multiple forms, no philosopher could have, or ever has, accepted the allegory for its true spirit, except perhaps some philosophers belonging to the present superior and civilized Christian races. For, as shown, Jehovah is not one whit the superior of Vishnu on the plane of ethics. This is why the occultists, and even some Kabbalists, whether or not they regard those creative forces as living and conscious entities, and one does not see why they should not be so accepted, will never confuse the cause with the effect, and accept the spirit of the earth for Para Brahman, or Ein Sof. At all events, they know well the true nature of what was called by the Greeks Father, Aether, Jupiter, Titan, etc. They know that the soul of the astral light is divine, and its body, the light waves on the lower planes, infernal. This light is symbolized by the magic head in the Zohar, the double face on the double pyramid, the black pyramid rising against a pure white ground, with the white head and face within its black triangle, the white pyramid inverted, the reflection of the first in the dark waters, showing the black reflection of the white face. This is the astral light, or demon est deus inversus. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism, Chapter 12, The Theogony of the Creative Gods, Part 1. To thoroughly comprehend the idea underlying every ancient cosmology necessitates the study and comparative analysis of all the great religions of antiquity, for it is only by this method that the root idea can be made plain. Exact science, could it soar so high, in tracing the operations of nature to their ultimate and original sources, would call this idea the hierarchy of forces. The original transcendental and philosophical conception was one. But as systems began to reflect more and more with every age the idiosyncrasies of nations, and as the latter, after separating, settled into distinct groups, each evolving along its own national or tribal groove, the main idea gradually became veiled by the overgrowth of human fancy. While in some countries the forces, or rather the intelligent powers of nature, received divine honors to which they were hardly entitled, in others, as now in Europe and the other civilized lands, the very thought of such forces being endowed with intelligence seems absurd, and is proclaimed unscientific. Therefore one finds relief in such statements as are found in the introduction to Asgard and the Gods, Tales and Traditions of Our Northern Ancestors, edited by W.S.W. Anson, who says, quote, "Although in Central Asia or on the banks of the Indus, in the land of the pyramids, and in the Greek and Italian peninsulas, and even in the north, whither Celts, Teutons, and Slavs wandered, the religious conceptions of the people have taken different forms, yet their common origin is still perceptible." We point out this connection between the stories of the gods and the deep thought contained in them, and their importance, in order that the reader may see that it is not a magic world of erratic fancy which opens out before him, but that life and nature form the basis of the existence and action of these divinities. And though it is impossible for any occultist or student of Eastern esotericism to concur in the strange idea that, quote, "the religious conceptions of the most famous nations of antiquity are connected with the beginnings of civilization amongst the Germanic races," he is yet glad to find such truths expressed as that, quote, "these fairy tales are not senseless stories written for the amusement of the idle. They embody the profound religion of our forefathers." Precisely so. Not only their religion, but likewise their history. For a myth, in Greek mythos, means oral tradition, passed from mouth to mouth, from one generation to the other. And even in the modern etymology, the term stands for a fabulous statement conveying some important truth, a tale of some extraordinary personage whose biography has become overgrown, owing to the veneration of successive generations, with rich popular fancy, but which is no wholesale fable. Like our ancestors, the primitive Aryans, we believe firmly in the personality and intelligence of more than one phenomenon-producing force in nature. As time rolled on, the archaic teaching grew dimmer, and the nations more or less lost sight of the highest and one principle of all things, and began to transfer the abstract attributes of the causeless cause to the caused effects, which became in their turn causative, the creative powers of the universe. The great nations thus acted from fear of profaning the idea, the smaller because they either failed to grasp it or lacked the power of philosophic conception needed to preserve it in all its immaculate purity. But one and all, with the exception of the latest Aryans, now become Europeans and Christians, show this veneration in their cosmogonies. As Thomas Taylor, the most intuitional of all the translators of the Greek fragments, shows, no nation has ever conceived the one principle as the immediate creator of the visible universe, for no sane man would credit a planner and architect with having built with his own hands the edifice he admires. On the testimony of Damascius in his work on First Principles, Peri Proton Orkon, they referred to it as the unknown darkness. The Babylonians passed over this principle in silence. To that God, says Porphyry in his On Abstinence, Peri Apochis ton Ethikon, quote, "who is above all things, neither external speech ought to be addressed, nor yet that which is inward." Hesiod begins his theogony with the words, quote, "Chaos of all things was the first produced," thus allowing the inference that its cause or producer must be passed over in reverential silence. Homer, in his poems, ascends no higher than night, which he represents Zeus as reverencing. According to all the ancient theologists and the doctrines of Pythagoras and Plato, Zeus, or the immediate artificer of the universe, is not the highest god, any more than Sir Christopher Wren, in his physical human aspect, is the mind in him which produced his great works of art. Homer, therefore, is not only silent with respect to the first principle, but likewise with respect to those two principles immediately posterior to the first, the ether and chaos of Orpheus and Hesiod, and the bound and infinity of Pythagoras and Plato. Proclus says of this highest principle that it is, quote, the unity of unities, and beyond the first adita, more ineffable than all silence, and more occult than all essence, concealed amidst the intelligible gods. End quote. To what was written by Thomas Taylor in 1797, namely, that the Jews, quote, appear to have ascended no higher than the immediate artificer of the universe, as Moses introduces a darkness on the face of the deep without even insinuating that there was any cause of its existence, end quote, one might add something more. Never have the Jews in their Bible, a purely esoteric symbolical work, so profoundly degraded their metaphorical deity as have the Christians by accepting Jehovah as their one living yet personal God. This first, or rather one principle, was called the circle of heaven, symbolized by the hierogram of a point within a circle or equilateral triangle, the point being the Logos. Thus in the Rig Veda, wherein Brahma is not even named, cosmogony is preluded with the Hiranyagarbha, the golden egg, and Pradyapati, later on, Brahma, from whom emanate all the hierarchies of creators. The monad, or point, is the original and is the unit from which follows the entire numeral system. This point is the first cause, but that from which it emanates, or of which rather it is the expression, the Logos, is passed over in silence. In its turn, the universal symbol, the point within the circle, was not yet the architect, but the cause of that architect, and the latter stood to it in precisely the same relation as the point itself stood to the circumference of the circle, which cannot be defined according to Hermes Trismegistus. Porphyry shows that the monad and the duad of Pythagoras are identical with Plato's infinite and finite in Philebus, or what Plato calls the apeiron and peras. It is the latter only, the mother, which is substantial, the former being the, quote, cause of all unity and measure of all things, end quote, the duad, mula prakriti, the veil of Parabrahman, being thus shown to be the mother of the Logos, and at the same time his daughter, that is to say, the object of his perception, the produced producer, and the secondary cause of it. With Pythagoras, the monad returns into silence and darkness as soon as it has evolved the triad, from which emanate the remaining 7 numbers of the 10 numbers which are at the base of the manifested universe. In the Norse cosmogony it is again the same. Quote, in the beginning was a great abyss, chaos, neither day nor night existed. The abyss was Ginnungagap, the yawning gulf, without beginning, without end. All Father, the uncreated, the unseen, dwelt in the depth of the abyss, space, and willed, and what was willed came into being. End quote. As in the Hindu cosmogony, the evolution of the universe is divided into 2 acts, which are called in India the Prakrita and Padma creations. Before the warm rays pouring from the home of brightness awaken life in the great waters of space, the elements of the first creation come into view, and from them is formed the giant Ymir, or Urgelmir, literally seething clay, primordial matter differentiated from chaos. Then comes the cow Audumla, the nourisher, from whom is born Buri, the producer, whose son Bur, born by Bestla, the daughter of the frost giants. The sons of Ymir had 3 sons, Odin, Willi, and Vi, or spirit, will, and holiness. This was when darkness still reigned throughout space, when the Aces, the creative powers, or Dhyan Chohans, were not yet evolved, and the Yggdrasil, the tree of the universe of time and of life, had not yet grown, and there was as yet no Valhalla, or Hall of Heroes. The Scandinavian legends of creation of our earth and world begin with time and human life. All that precedes it is for them darkness, wherein All Father, the cause of all, dwells. As observed by the editor of Asgard and the Gods, though these legends have in them the idea of that All-Father, the original cause of all, he is scarcely more than mentioned in the poems, not, as he thinks, because before the preaching of the gospel the idea, could not rise to distinct conceptions of the eternal, but on account of its deep esoteric character. Therefore all the creative gods or personal deities begin at the secondary stage of cosmic evolution. Zeus is born in and out of Chronos, time. So is Brahma, the production and emanation of Kala, eternity and time, Kala being one of the names of Vishnu. Hence we find Odin, the father of the gods and of the Ases, as Brahma is the father of the gods and of the Asuras, and hence also the androgen character of all the chief creative gods, from the second monad of the Greeks down to the Sephira Adam Kadmon, the Brahma or Prajapati Vah of the Vedas, and the androgen of Plato, which is but another version of the Indian symbol. The best metaphysical definition of primeval theogony in the spirit of the Vedantins may be found in the notes on the Bhagavad Gita by T. Subha Roy. Para-Brahman, the unknown and the incognizable, as the lecturer tells his audience, is not ego, it is not non-ego, nor is it consciousness. It is not even Atma, but though not itself an object of knowledge, it is yet capable of supporting and giving rise to every kind of object and every kind of existence which becomes an object of knowledge. It is the one essence from which starts into existence a center of energy, which he calls the Logos. This Logos is the Shabda Brahman of the Hindus, which he will not even call Ishvara, the Lord God, lest the term should create confusion in the people's minds. It is the Avalokiteshvara of the Buddhists, the Verbum of the Christians in its real esoteric meaning, not in its theological disfigurement. It is the first Unata, or the ego in the cosmos, and every other ego is but its reflection and manifestation. It exists in a latent condition in the bosom of Para-Brahman at the time of Pralaya, during Manvantara. It has a consciousness and an individuality of its own. It is a center of energy, but such centers of energy are almost innumerable in the bosom of Para-Brahman. It must not be supposed that even this Logos is the creator, or that it is but a single center of energy. Their number is almost infinite. This is the first ego that appears in cosmos, and is the end of all evolution. It is the abstract ego. This is the first manifestation or aspect of Para-Brahman. When once it starts into existence as a conscious being, from its objective standpoint, Para-Brahman appears to it as Mula Prakriti. Please bear this in mind, for here is the root of the whole difficulty about Purusha and Prakriti felt by the various writers on Vedantic philosophy. This Mula Prakriti is material to it, the Logos, as any material object is material to us. This Mula Prakriti is no more Para-Brahman than the bundle of attributes of a pillar is the pillar itself. Para-Brahman is an unconditioned and absolute reality, and Mula Prakriti is a sort of veil thrown over it. Para-Brahman by itself cannot be seen as it is. It is seen by the Logos, with a veil thrown over it, and that veil is the mighty expanse of cosmic matter. Para-Brahman, after having appeared on the one hand as the ego, and on the other as Mula Prakriti, acts as the one energy through the Logos." And the lecturer explains what he means by this acting of something which is nothing, though it is the all, by a fine simile. He compares the Logos to the sun, through which light and heat radiate, but whose energy, light, and heat exist in some unknown condition in space, and are diffused in space only as visible light and heat, the sun being only the agent thereof. This is the first triadic hypostasis. The quaternary is made up by the energizing light shed by the Logos. The Hebrew Kabbalists stated it in a manner which is esoterically identical with the Vedantic. Ein Sof, they taught, could not be comprehended, could not be located, nor named, though the causeless cause of all. Hence its name, Ein Sof, is a term of negation, the inscrutable, the incognizable, and the unnameable. They made of it, therefore, a boundless circle, a sphere of which human intellect, with the utmost stretch, could only perceive the vault. In the words of one who has unriddled much in the Kabbalistical system most thoroughly, in one of its meanings, in its numerical and geometrical esotericism, quote, "Close your eyes, and from your own consciousness of perception, try and think outward to the extremest limits in every direction. You will find that equal lines or rays of perception extend out evenly in all directions, so that the utmost effort of perception will terminate in the vault of a sphere. The limitation of the sphere will of necessity be a great circle, and the direct rays of thought in any and every direction must be right line radii of the circle. This then must be, humanly speaking, the extremest all-embracing conception of the Ein Sof manifest, which formulates itself as a geometrical figure, videlicet, of a circle, with its elements of curved circumference and right line diameter divided into radii. Hence a geometrical shape is the first recognizable means of connection between the Ein Sof and the intelligence of man." End quote. This great circle, which Eastern esotericism reduces to the point within the boundless circle, is the Avalokiteshvara, the Logos, or verbum, of which T. Subarro speaks. But this circle, or manifested God, is as unknown to us, except through its manifested universe, as is the One, though easier, or rather more possible, to our highest conceptions. This Logos, which sleeps in the bosom of Parabrahman during Pralaya, as our ego is latent in us at the time of Sushupti, or sleep, which cannot cognize Parabrahman otherwise than as Mula Prakriti, the latter being a cosmic veil, which is the mighty expanse of cosmic matter, is thus only an organ in cosmic creation, through which radiate the energy and wisdom of Parabrahman, unknown to the Logos as it is to ourselves. Moreover, as the Logos is as unknown to us as Parabrahman is unknown in reality to the Logos, both Eastern esotericism and the Kabbalah, in order to bring the Logos within the range of our conceptions, have resolved the abstract synthesis into concrete images, videlicet, into the reflections or multiplied aspects of that Logos, or Avalokiteshvara, Brahma, Ormazd, Osiris, Adam Kadmon. Call it by any of such names you will, which aspects or manvantaric emanations are the Dhyan Chohans, the Elohim, the Devas, the Amshaspans, etc. Metaphysicians explain the root and germ of the latter, according to T. Subarro, as the first manifestation of Parabrahman, quote, "the highest trinity that we are capable of understanding," end quote, which is Mula Prakriti, the veil, the Logos, and the conscious energy of the latter, or its power and light, called in the Bhagavad Gita Daivi Prakriti, or matter, force, and the ego, or the one root of self, of which every other kind of self is but a manifestation or a reflection. End quote. It is then only in this light of consciousness, of mental and physical perception, that practical occultism can throw the Logos into visibility by geometrical figures, which, when closely studied, will yield not only a scientific explanation of the real objective existence of the seven sons of the divine Sophia, which is this light of the Logos, but will show by means of other yet undiscovered keys that, with regard to humanity, these seven sons and their numberless emanations, centers of energy personified, are an absolute necessity. Make away with them, and the mystery of being and mankind will never be unriddled, nor even closely approached. It is through this light that everything is created. This root of mental self is also the root of physical self, for this light is the permutation, in our manifested world, of Mula Prakriti, called Aditi in the Vedas. In its third aspect it becomes Vah, the daughter and the mother of the Logos, as Isis is the daughter and the mother of Osiris, who is horns, and Mut, the daughter, wife, and mother of Ammon in the Egyptian moon glyph. In the Kabbalah, Sapphira is the same as Shekinah, and is in another synthesis the wife, daughter, and mother of the heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, and is even identical with him, just as Vash is identical with Brahma, and is called the female Logos. In the Rig Veda, Vash is mystic speech, by whom occult knowledge and wisdom are communicated to man, and thus Vash is said to have entered the rishis. She is generated by the gods. She is the divine Vash, the queen of gods, and she is associated, like Sephira, with the Sephirot, with the Prajapatis in their work of creation. Moreover, she is called the mother of the Vedas, since it is through her powers as mystic speech that Brahma revealed them, and also owing to her power that he produced the universe. That is to say, through speech and words, synthesized by the word and numbers. But when Vach is also spoken of as the daughter of Daksha, the god who lives in all the kalpas, her Mayavic character is shown. During the pralaya she disappears, absorbed in the one, all-devouring ray. But there are two distinct aspects in universal esotericism, Western and Eastern, in all these personations of the female power in nature, or nature the noumenal and the phenomenal. One is its purely metaphysical aspect, as described by the learned lecturer in his notes on the Bhagavad Gita, the other terrestrial and physical, and at the same time divine from the standpoint of practical human conception and occultism. They are all the symbols and personifications of chaos, the great deep, or the primordial waters of space, the impenetrable veil between the incognizable and the logos of creation. Connecting himself through his mind with Vach, Brahma, the logos, created the primordial waters. In the Katha Upanishad, it is stated still more clearly, Prajapati was this universe. Vach was a second to him. He associated with her. She produced these creatures and again re-entered Prajapati. This connects Vach and Sephira with the goddess Kuan Yin, the merciful mother, the divine voice of the soul, even in exoteric Buddhism, and with the female aspect of Guan Shai Yin, the Logos, the verbum of creation, and at the same time with the voice that speaks audibly to the initiate, according to esoteric Buddhism. Bat Kol, the Filia Vocis, the daughter of the divine voice of the Hebrews, responding from the mercy seat within the veil of the temple, is a result. And here we may incidentally point out one of the many unjust slurs thrown by the good and pious missionaries in India on the religion of the land, the allegory in the Shatapatha Brahmana that Brahma, as the father of men, performed the work of procreation by incestuous intercourse with his own daughter, Vach, also called Sandhya, twilight, and Shatarupa, of 100 forms, is incessantly thrown in the teeth of the Brahmins, as condemning their detestable false religion. Besides the fact, conveniently forgotten by the Europeans, that the patriarch Lot is shown guilty of the same crime under the human form, whereas it was under the form of a buck that Brahma, or rather Prajapati, accomplished the incest with his daughter, who had that of a hind, Rohit. The esoteric reading of the 3rd chapter of Genesis shows the same. Moreover, there is certainly a cosmic and not a physiological meaning attached to the Indian allegory, since Vach is a permutation of Aditi and Mula Prakriti, or chaos, and Brahma a permutation of Narayana, the spirit of God entering into and fructifying nature, and therefore there is nothing phallic in the conception at all. As already stated, Aditi Vach is the female logos, or verbum, the word, and Sephira in the Kabbalah is the same. These feminine logoi are all correlations in their noumenal aspect of light and sound and ether, showing how well informed were the ancients, both in physical science, as now known to the moderns, and also as to the birth of that science in the spiritual and astral spheres. Our old writers said that Vach is of 4 kinds. These are called Para, Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikari. This statement you will find in the Rig Veda itself and in several of the Upanishads. Vaikari Vach is what we utter. End of section 18. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022. Section 19 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2. The Evolution of Symbolism, Chapter 12. The Theogony of Creative Gods, Part 2. It is sound, speech, that again which becomes comprehensive and objective to one of our physical senses, and may be brought under the laws of perception. Hence, quote, every kind of Vaikari Vak exists in its Madhyama, Pashyanti, and ultimately in its Para form. The reason why this Pranava is called Vak is this, that these four principles of the great cosmos correspond to these four forms of Vak. The whole cosmos in its objective form is Vaikari Vak. The light of the Logos is the Madhyama form, and the Logos itself the Pashyanti form, while Parabrahman is the Para, beyond the noumenon of all noumena aspect of that Vak. Thus Vak, Shekinah, or the music of the spheres of Pythagoras are one, if we take for our example instances in the three most apparently dissimilar religious philosophies in the world, the Hindu, the Greek, and the Chaldean Hebrew. These personations and allegories may be viewed under four chief and three lesser aspects, or seven in all, as in esotericism. The para form is the ever-subjective and latent light and sound, which exist eternally in the bosom of the incognizable. When transferred into the ideation of the Logos, or its latent light, it is called Pashyanti, and when it becomes that light expressed, it is Madhyama. Now the Kabbalah gives the definition thus, quote, there are three kinds of light, and that the fourth which interpenetrates the others. 1. The clear and the penetrating, the objective light. 2. The reflected light. And 3. The abstract light. End quote. The 10 Sephiroth, the 3 and the 7, are called in the Kabbalah the 10 words. Dabarim, the numbers and the emanations of the heavenly light, which is both Adam Kadmon and Sephira, Prajapativat or Brahma, light, sound, number, are the three factors of creation in the Kabbalah. Parabrahman cannot be known except through the luminous point, the Logos, which knows not Parabrahman but only Mula Prakriti. Similarly, Adam Kadmon knew only Shekinah, though he was the vehicle of Ein Sof. And as Adam Kadmon, he is, in the esoteric interpretation, the total of the number 10, the Sephiroth himself being a trinity, or the three attributes of the incognizable deity in one. Quote, when the heavenly man, or Logos, first assumed the form of the crown, Keter, and identified himself with Sephira, he caused 7 splendid lights to emanate from it, the crown, end quote, which made in their totality 10. So Brahma Prajapati, once he became separated from yet identical with Vak, caused the 7 rishis, the 7 manus, or Prajapatis, to issue from that crown. In exotericism one will always find 10 and 7 of either Sephira or Prajapati. In esoteric rendering, always 3 and 7, which yield also 10. Only when divided in the manifested sphere into 3 and 7, they form, circle with vertical line, the androgen, and circle containing an X, or the figure X manifested and differentiated. This will help the student to understand why Pythagoras esteemed the deity, the Logos, to be the center of unity and source of harmony. We say this deity was the Logos, not the monad that dwelleth in solitude and silence, because Pythagoras taught that unity being indivisible is no number, and this is also why it was required of the candidate who applied for admittance into his school that he should have already studied as a preliminary step the sciences of arithmetic, astronomy, geometry, and music, which were held to be the 4 divisions of mathematics. Again, this explains why the Pythagoreans asserted that the doctrine of numbers, the chief of all in esotericism, had been revealed to man by the celestial deities, that the world had been called forth out of chaos by sound or harmony, and constructed according to the principles of musical proportion, that the 7 planets which rule the destiny of mortals have a harmonious motion, and, as Censorinus says, quote, intervals corresponding to musical diastemes, rendering various sounds so perfectly consonant that they produce the sweetest melody, which is inaudible to us only by reason of the greatness of the sound which our ears are incapable of receiving. End quote. In the Pythagorean theogony, the hierarchies of the heavenly host and gods were numbered, and also expressed numerically. Pythagoras had studied esoteric science in India, therefore we find his pupils saying, quote, the monad, the manifested one, is the principle of all things. From the monad and the indeterminate duad, chaos, numbers, from numbers, points, from points, lines, from lines, superficies, from superficies, solids, from these solid bodies, whose elements are 4, fire, water, air, earth, of all which transmuted, correlated, and totally changed the world consists. End quote. And this, if it does not unriddle the mystery altogether, may at any rate lift a corner of the veil off those wondrous allegories that have been thrown over Vach, the most mysterious of all the Brahmanical goddesses, she who is termed, quote, the melodious cow, who milked forth sustenance and water, end quote. The earth, with all her mystic powers, and again, she who, quote, yields us nourishment and sustenance, end quote, the physical earth. Isis is also mystic nature and also earth, and her cow's horns identify her with Vach, who, after being recognized in her highest form as Para, becomes at the lower or material end of creation, Vaikhari. Hence she is mystic, though physical, nature, with all her magic ways and properties. Again, as goddess of speech and of sound, and a permutation of Aditi, she is chaos in one sense. At any rate, she is the mother of the gods, and it is from Brahma, Ishvara, or the Logos, and Vach, as from Adam, Kadmon, and Sephira, that the real manifested theogony has to start. Beyond all is darkness and abstract speculation, with the Dhyan Chohans, or the gods, the seers, the prophets, and the adepts in general are on firm ground. Whether as Aditi or the divine Sophia of the Greek Gnostics, she is the mother of the 7 sons, the angels of the face, of the deep, or the great green one of the Book of the Dead. Says the Book of Zion, or real knowledge obtained through meditation, quote, the great mother lay with the triangle and the square, the second, and the 5-pointed star, in her bosom, ready to bring them forth, the valiant sons of the square, triangle, or 4,320,000, the cycle, whose 2 elders are the circle and the point. End quote. At the beginning of every cycle of 4,320,000, the 7, or as some nations had it, 8, great gods descend to establish the new order of things and to give the impetus to the new cycle. That 8th god was the unifying circle, or logos, separated and made distinct from its host in exoteric dogma, just as the 3 divine hypostases of the ancient Greeks are now considered in the churches as 3 distinct personae. As a commentary says, quote, the mighty ones performed their great works and leave behind them everlasting monuments to commemorate their visit every time they penetrate within our Mayavic veil atmosphere. End quote. Thus we are taught that the great pyramids were built under their direct supervision, quote, when Dhruva, the then pole star, was at his lowest culmination, and the Kritikas, Pleiades, looked over his head, were on the same meridian, but above, to watch the work of the giants. End quote. Thus, as the first pyramids were built at the beginning of a sidereal year under Dhruva, Alpha Polaris, it must have been over 31,000 years, 31,105 years ago. Bunsen was right in admitting for Egypt an antiquity of over 21,000 years, but this concession hardly exhausts truth and fact in this question, as Mr. Gerald Massey says, quote, The stories told by Egyptian priests and others of timekeeping in Egypt are now beginning to look less like lies in the sight of all who have escaped from biblical bondage. Inscriptions have lately been found at Saqqara, making mention of 2 Sataic cycles, registered at that time, now some 6,000 years ago. Thus, when Herodotus was in Egypt, the Egyptians had, as now known, observed at least 5 different Sataic cycles of 1,461 years. The priests informed the Greek inquirer that time had been reckoned by them for so long that the sun had twice risen where it then set, and twice set where it then rose. This can only be realized as a fact in nature by means of 2 cycles of precession, or a period of 51,736 years." More Isaac shows the ancient Syrians defining their world of the rulers and active gods in the same way as the Chaldeans. The lowest world was the sublunary, our own, watched by the angels of the first or lower order. The one that came next in rank was Mercury, ruled by the archangels. Then came Venus, whose gods were the principalities. The fourth was that of the sun, the domain and region of the highest and mightiest gods of our system, the solar gods of all nations. The fifth was Mars, ruled by the virtues. The sixth, that of Bel, or Jupiter, was governed by the dominions. The seventh, the world of Saturn, by the thrones. These are the worlds of form. Above came the 4 higher ones, making 7 again, since the 3 highest are unmentionable and unpronounceable. The 8th, composed of 1,122 stars, is the domain of the cherubs. The 9th, belonging to the walking and numberless stars on account of their distance, has the seraphs. As to the 10th, Kircher, quoting More Isaac, says that it is composed of "invisible stars that could be taken," they said, "for clouds, so massed are they in the zone that we call Via Straminis, the Milky Way." And he hastens to explain that "these are the stars of Lucifer, engulfed with him in his terrible shipwreck." That which comes after and beyond the 10 worlds, our quaternary, or the Arupa world, the Syrians could not tell. "All they knew was that it is there that begins the vast and incomprehensible ocean of the infinite, the abode of the true divinity, without boundary or end." Champollion shows the same belief among the Egyptians. Hermes, having spoken of the Father, Mother, and Son, whose spirit, collectively the divine fiat, shapes the universe, says, 7 agents, media, were also formed to contain the material or manifested worlds within their respective circles, and the action of these agents was named destiny." He further enumerates 7 and 10 and 12 orders, but it would take too long to detail them here. As the Rig Vedana, together with the Brahmanda Purana, and all such works, whether describing the magic efficacy of the Rig Vedic mantras or the future kalpas, are declared by Dr. Weber and others to be modern compilations, belonging probably only to the time of the Puranas. It is useless to refer the reader to their mystic explanations, and one may as well simply quote from the archaic books utterly unknown to the Orientalists. These works explain that which so puzzles the scholars, namely that the Saptarshis, the mind-born sons of Brahma, are referred to in the Shatapatha Brahmana under one set of names, in the Mahabharata under another set, and that the Vayu Purana makes even 9 instead of 7 rishis, by adding the names of Briku and Daksha to the list. But the same occurs in every exoteric scripture. The secret doctrine gives a long genealogy of rishis, but separates them into many classes, like the gods of the Egyptians, who were divided into 7 and even 12 classes. So are the Indian rishis in their hierarchies. The first 3 groups are the divine, the cosmical, and the sublunary. Then come the solar gods of our system, the planetary, the submundane, and the purely human, the heroes and the manushi. At present, however, we are only concerned with the pre-cosmic divine gods, the Prajapatis, or the 7 builders. This group is found unmistakably in every cosmogony, owing to the loss of Egyptian archaic documents, since according to M. Maspero, quote, the materials and historical data on hand to study the history of the religious evolution in Egypt are neither complete nor very often intelligible. End quote. The ancient hymns and inscriptions on the tombs must be appealed to in order to have the statements brought forward from the secret doctrine partially and indirectly corroborated. One such shows that Osiris, like Brahma, Prajapati, Adam Kadmon, Ormazd, and so many other loci, was the chief and synthesis of the group of creators or builders. Before Osiris became the one and the highest god of Egypt, he was worshipped at Abydos as the head or leader of the heavenly host of the builders, belonging to the higher of the three orders. The hymn engraved on the votive stele of a tomb from Abydos, third register, addresses Osiris thus, quote, salutations to thee, O Osiris, elder son of Seb. Thou, the greatest over the 6 gods, issued from the goddess Nu, primordial water. Thou, the great favorite of thy father Ra, father of fathers, king of duration, master in the eternity, who, as soon as these issued from thy mother's bosom, gathered all the crowns and attached the uraeus, serpent or Naya, on thy head. Multiform God, whose name is unknown and who has many names in towns and provinces. End quote. Coming out from the primordial water, crowned with the uraeus, which is the serpent emblem of cosmic fire, and himself the 7th over the 6 primary gods, issued from Father Mother, Nu and Nut, the sky. Who can Osiris be but the chief Prajapati, the chief Sephira, the chief Amshashband, Ormazd? That this latter solar and cosmic god stood in the beginning of religious evolution in the same position as the archangel, whose name was secret, is certain. This archangel was Michael, the representative on earth of the hidden Jewish God. In short, it is his face that is said to have gone before the Jews like a pillar of fire. Barnouf says, quote, the 7 Amshashbands, who are most assuredly our archangels, designate also the personifications of the divine virtues. End quote. And these archangels, therefore, are as certainly the Saptarshis of the Hindus, though it is next to impossible to class each with its pagan prototype and parallel, since, as in the case of Osiris, they have all so many names in towns and provinces. Some of the most important, however, will be shown in their order. One thing is thus undeniably proven. The more we study their hierarchies and find out their identity, the more proofs we acquire that there is not one of the past or present personal gods known to us from the earliest days of history that does not belong to the 3rd stage of cosmic manifestation. In every religion we find the concealed deity forming the groundwork, then the ray therefrom that falls into primordial cosmic matter, the first manifestation, then the androgen result. The dual male and female abstract force personified, the 2nd stage. This finally separates itself in the 3rd into 7 forces called the creative powers by all the ancient religions and the virtues of God by the Christians. The later explanations and abstract metaphysical qualifications have not prevented the Roman and Greek churches from worshipping these virtues under the personifications and distinct names of the 7 archangels. In the book of Drushim, in the Talmud, a distinction between these groups is given, which is the correct Kabbalistical explanation. It says, quote, there are 3 groups or orders of Sephiroth. First, the Sephiroth called the divine attributes, abstract. Second, the physical or sidereal Sephiroth, personal, one group of 7, the other of 10. Third, the metaphysical Sephiroth, or periphrasis of Jehovah, who are the first 3 Sephiroth, Kether, Chokmah, and Binah, the rest of the 7 being the personal 7 spirits of the presence, also of the planets. End quote. The same division has to be applied to the primary, secondary, and tertiary evolution of gods in every theogony, if one wishes to translate the meaning esoterically. We must not confuse the purely metaphysical personifications of the abstract attributes of deity with their reflection, the sidereal gods. This reflection, however, is in reality the objective expression of the abstraction, living entities in the models formed on that divine prototype. Moreover, the three metaphysical Sephirot, or the periphrasis of Jehovah, are not Jehovah. It is the latter himself, with the additional titles of Adonai, Elohim, Shabbat, and the numerous names lavished on him, who is the periphrasis of the Shaddai, the Omnipotent. The name is a circumlocution, indeed a too abundant figure of Jewish rhetoric, and has always been denounced by the occultist. To the Jewish Kabbalists and even the Christian alchemists and Rosicrucians, Jehovah was a convenient screen, unified by the folding of its many panels, and adopted as a substitute, one name of an individual Sephira being as good as another name for those who had the secret. The Tetragrammaton, the ineffable, the sidereal sum total, was invented for no other purpose than to mislead the profane and to symbolize life and generation. The real secret and unpronounceable name, the "word that is no word," has to be sought in the 7 names of the first 7 emanations or the sons of the fire, in the secret scriptures of all the great nations, and even in the Zohar, the Kabbalistic lore of the smallest of all of them, that is, the Jewish. This word, composed of 7 letters in every tongue, is found embodied in the architectural remains of every great sacred building in the world, from the Cyclopean remains on Easter Island, part of a continent buried under the seas nearer 4 million years ago than 20,000, down to the earliest Egyptian pyramids. We shall have to enter more fully into this subject later on, and to bring practical illustrations to prove the statements made in the text. For the present, it is sufficient to show by a few instances the truth of what has been asserted at the beginning of this work, namely that no cosmogony the world over, with the sole exception of the Christian, has ever attributed to the one highest cause, the universal deific principle, the immediate creation of our earth or man or anything connected with these. The statement holds as well for the Hebrew or Chaldean Kabbalah as it does for Genesis, had the latter been ever thoroughly understood and, what is still more important, correctly translated. Everywhere there is either a logos, a light shining in darkness, truly, or the architect of the worlds is esoterically in the plural number. The Latin Church, paradoxical as ever, while applying the epithet of creator to Jehovah alone, adopts a whole kyrielle of names for the working forces of the latter, names which betray the secret. For if the said forces had naught to do with creation, so called, why call them Elohim, Alhim, a plural word, divine workmen and energies, Energiae, incandescent celestial stones, lapides igniti caelorum, and especially supporters of the world, Cosmocratores, governors or rulers of the world, Rectores mundi, wheels of the world, Rote, Ophanim, flames and powers, sons of God, Bnei Alhim, vigilant counselors, etc. End of section 19. Read by Sandra. Section 20 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Theogonies of the Creative Gods. Part 3. It is often asserted, and unjustly as usual, that China, nearly as old a country as India, had no cosmogony. It was unknown to Confucius, and the Buddhists extended their cosmogony without introducing a personal god, it is complained. The Yi King, quote, the very essence of ancient thought and the combined work of the most venerated sages, unquote, fails to show a distinct cosmogony. Nevertheless, one existed, and a very distinct one. Only as Confucius did not admit of a future life, and the Chinese Buddhists reject the idea of one creator, accepting one cause and its numberless effects, they are misunderstood by the believers in a personal God. The great extreme, as the commencement of changes, transmigrations, is the shortest and perhaps the most suggestive of all cosmogonies for those who, like the Confucianists, love virtue for its own sake and try to do good unselfishly without perpetually looking to reward and profit. The great extreme of Confucius produces two figures. These two produce in their turn the four images, these again the eight symbols. It is complained that though the Confucianists see in them heaven, earth, and man in miniature, we can see in them anything we like. No doubt, and so it is with regard to many symbols, especially those of the latest religions. But they who know something of occult numerals see in these figures the symbol, however rude, of a harmonious progressive evolution of cosmos and its beings, both heavenly and terrestrial, and anyone who has studied the numerical evolution in the primeval cosmogony of Pythagoras, a contemporary of Confucius, can never fail to find in his triad, tetractys, and decad, emerging from the one and solitary monad, the same idea. Confucius is laughed at by his Christian biographer for talking of divination before and after this passage, and is represented as saying, quote, "The eight symbols determine good and ill fortune, and these lead to great deeds. There are no imitable images greater than heaven and earth. There are no changes greater than the four seasons," meaning north, south, east, and west, etc. There are no suspended images brighter than the sun and moon. In preparing things for use, there is none greater than the sage. In determining good and ill luck, there is nothing greater than the divining straws and the tortoise. Therefore, the divining straws and the tortoise, the symbolic sets of lines, and the great sage who looks at them as they become one and two become four, and four become eight, and the other sets, 3 and 6, are laughed to scorn, only because his wise symbols are misunderstood. So the author of the volume cited and his colleagues will no doubt scoff at the stanzas given in our text, for they represent precisely the same idea. The old archaic map of cosmogony is full of lines in the Confucian style, of concentric circles and dots, yet all these represent the most abstract and philosophical conceptions of the cosmogony of our universe. At all events, it may perhaps answer better to the requirements and scientific purposes of our age than the cosmogonical essays of St. Augustine and the Venerable Bede, though these were published over a millennium later than the Confucian. Confucius, one of the greatest sages of the ancient world, believed in ancient magic, and practiced it himself, if we take for granted the statements of Kia Yu, and he praised it to the skies in the Yi King, we are told by his reverend critic. Nevertheless, even in his age, 600 BC, Confucius and his school taught the sphericity of the earth, and even the heliocentric system, while at about thrice 600 years after the Chinese philosopher, the popes of Rome threatened and even burned heretics for asserting the same. He is laughed at for speaking of the sacred tortoise. No unprejudiced person can see any great difference between a tortoise and a lamb as candidates for sacredness, as both are symbols and no more. The ox, the eagle, and the lion, and occasionally the dove, are the sacred animals of the Western Bible. The first three are found grouped round the evangelists. The fourth, associated with these, a human face, is a seraph, that is, a fiery serpent, the Gnostic Agathodamon, probably. The choice is curious, and shows how paradoxical were the first Christians in their selections. For why should they have chosen these symbols of Egyptian paganism, when the eagle is never mentioned in the New Testament save once, when Jesus refers to it as a carrion eater, and in the Old Testament it is called unclean, when the lion is made a point of comparison with Satan, both roaring for men to devour, and the oxen are driven out of the temple. On the other hand, the serpent, brought in as an exemplar of wisdom, is now regarded as the symbol of the devil. The esoteric pearl of Christ's religion, degraded into Christian theology, may indeed be said to have chosen a strange and unfitting shell to be born in and evolved from. As explained, the sacred animals and the flames or sparks within the Holy Four refer to the prototypes of all that is found in the universe in the divine thought, in the root, which is the perfect cube, or the foundation of the cosmos, collectively and individually. They have all an occult reference to primordial cosmic forms and the first concretions, work, and evolution of cosmos. In the earliest Hindu exoteric cosmogonies, it is not even the demiurge who creates, for it is said in one of the Puranas, "The great architect of the world gives the first impulse to the rotary motion of our planetary system by stepping in turn over each planet and body." It is this action that causes each sphere to turn around itself and all around the sun, after which action it is the Brahmandika, the solar and lunar Pitris, the Dhyan Chohans, who take charge of their respective spheres, earths and planets, to the end of the Kalpa. The creators are the Rishis, most of whom are credited with the authorship of the mantras, or hymns of the Rig Veda. They are sometimes 7, sometimes 10. When they become Prajapati, the Lord of Beings, then they re-become the 7 and the 14 Manus. As the representatives of the 7 and 14 cycles of existence, or days of Brahma, thus answering to the 7 aeons, when at the end of the first stage of evolution they are transformed into the 7 stellar rishis, the Saptarshis, while their human doubles appear as heroes, kings, and sages on this earth. The esoteric doctrine of the East having thus furnished and struck the keynote, which under its allegorical garb is, as may be seen, as scientific as it is philosophical and poetical, every nation has followed its lead. It is from the exoteric religions that we have to dig out the root idea before we turn to esoteric truths, lest the latter should be rejected. Furthermore, every symbol in every national religion may be read esoterically, and the proof of its being correctly read when transliterated into its corresponding numerals and geometrical forms may be obtained from the extraordinary agreement of all glyphs and symbols, however much they may externally vary among themselves. For in the origin these symbols were all identical. Take, for instance, the opening sentences in various cosmogonies. In every case it is a circle, an egg, or a head. Darkness is always associated with this first symbol and surrounds it, as is shown in the Hindu, the Egyptian, the Chaldeo-Hebrew, and even the Scandinavian systems. Hence black ravens, black doves, black waters, and even black flames. The 7th tongue of Agni, the fire god, being called Kali, the black, since it was a black flickering flame. 2 black doves flew from Egypt, and settling on the oaks of Dodona, gave their names to the Grecian gods. Noah sends out a black raven after the deluge, which is a symbol for the cosmic pralaya, after which began the real creation or evolution of our earth and humanity. Odin's black ravens fluttered round the goddess Saga, and whispered to her of the past and of the future. Now what is the inner meaning of all those black birds? Is it that they are all connected with the primeval wisdom which flows out of the pre-cosmic source of all, symbolized by the head, the circle, or the egg, and they all have an identical meaning and relate to the primordial archetypal man, Adam Kadmon, the creative origin of all things, which is composed of the host of cosmic powers, the creative Dhyan Chohans, beyond which all is darkness. Let us inquire of the wisdom of the Kabbalah, even veiled and distorted as it is now, to explain in its numerical language an approximate meaning at least of the word raven. This is its number value as given in the source of measures. The term raven is used but once and taken as et oreb, 678, or 113 times 6, while the dove is mentioned 5 times. Its value is 71, and 71 times 5 equals 355. 6 diameters, or the raven crossing, would divide the circumference of a circle of 355 into 12 parts or compartments, and 355 subdivided for each unit by 6 would equal 213 minus 0, or the head beginning in the first verse of Genesis. This divided or subdivided after the same fashion by 2, or the 355 by 12, would give 213 minus 2, or the word Brash, or the first word of Genesis, with its prepositional prefix, signifying the same concreted general form astronomically with the one here intended." Now the secret reading of the first verse in Genesis being, "In Rash, Brash, or head, developed gods, the heavens and the earth," it is easy to comprehend the esoteric meaning of the raven once that the like meaning of the flood or Noah's deluge is ascertained. Whatever the many other meanings of this emblematical allegory may be, its chief meaning is that of a new cycle and a new round, our fourth round. The raven, or the et orev, yields the same numerical value as the head, and returned not to the ark, while the dove returned, carrying the olive branch. When Noah, the new man of the new race, whose prototype is Vaivashvata Manu, prepared to leave the ark, the womb or arga of terrestrial nature, he is the symbol of the purely spiritual, sexless and androgen man of the first three races, who vanished from earth forever. Numerically, in the Kabbalah, Jehovah, Adam, Noah are one. At best, then, it is deity descending on Ararat and later on Sinai to incarnate henceforth in man his image through the natural process, the mother's womb, whose symbols are the ark, the Mount Sinai, etc. in Genesis. The Jewish allegory is astronomical and physiological rather than anthropomorphic. And here lies the abyss between the Aryan and Semitic systems, though both are built on the same foundation, as shown by an expounder of the Kabbalah. Quote, "The basic idea underlying the philosophy of the Hebrews was that God contained all things within himself and that man was his image. Man, including woman, as androgens, and that geometry and numbers and measures applicable to astronomy are contained in the terms man and woman, and the apparent incongruity of such a mode was eliminated by showing the connection of man and woman with a particular system of numbers and measures and geometry, by the parturient time periods, which furnished the connecting link between the terms used and the facts shown, and perfected the mode used." End quote. It is argued that the primal cause being absolutely incognizable, quote, "the symbol of its first comprehensible manifestation was the conception of a circle with its diameter line, so as at once to carry the idea of geometry, phallicism, and astronomy," end quote, and this was finally applied to the signification of simply human generative organs. Hence the whole cycle of events from Adam and the patriarchs down to Noah is made to apply to phallic and astronomical uses, the one regulating the other, as the lunar periods, for instance. Hence, too, the genesis of the Hebrews begins after their coming out of the ark and the end of the flood, that is, at the fourth race. With the Aryan people, it is different. Eastern esotericism has never degraded the one infinite deity, the container of all things, to such uses, and this is shown by the absence of Brahma from the Rig Veda and the modest positions occupied therein by Rudra and Vishnu, who became the powerful and great gods, the infinites of the exoteric creeds ages later. But even they, creators as they all three may be, are not the direct creators and forefathers of men. The latter are shown occupying a still lower scale and are called the Prajapatis, the Pitris, our lunar ancestors, etc., but never the one infinite God. Esoteric philosophy shows only physical man as created in the image of the deity, which deity, however, is only the minor gods. It is the higher self, the real ego, who alone is divine and God. End of section 20, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2022. Section 21 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 8, The Seven Creations. Quote, "There was neither day nor night, nor sky, nor earth, nor darkness, nor light, nor any other thing save only one, unapprehensive by intellect, or that which is Brahma, and Pums, spirit, and Pradhana, crude matter." End quote. From the Vishnu Purana 1, verse 2. In Vishnu Purana, Parashara says to Maitreya, his pupil, quote, "I have thus explained to you, excellent Muni, 6 creations. The creation of the Arvakshvatas beings was the 7th, and was that of man." End quote. Then he proceeds to speak of 2 additional and very mysterious creations, variously interpreted by the commentators. Origen, commenting upon the books written by Celsus, his Gnostic opponent, books which were all destroyed by the prudent Church Fathers, evidently answers the objections of his contradictor and reveals his system at the same time. This was clearly septenary, but the theogony of Celsus, the genesis of the stars or planets and of sound and color, found as an answer satire and no more. Celsus, you see, desiring to exhibit his learning, speaks of a ladder of creation with 7 gates, and on the top of it the 8th, ever closed. The mysteries of the Persian Mithras are explained, and musical reasons, moreover, are added, and to these again he strives to add a second explanation connected also with musical considerations, that is to say, with the 7 notes of the scale, the 7 spirits of the stars, etc. Valentinus expatiates upon the power of the great 7, who were summoned to bring forth this universe after Aretos, or the Ineffable, whose name is composed of 7 letters, had represented the first heptamad. The name Aretos indicates the 7-fold nature of the One, the Logos. The goddess Rhea, says Proclus, is a monad, duad, and heptad, comprehending in herself all the Titanidae, who are 7. The 7 creations are found in almost every Purana. They are all preceded by what Wilson translates as the indiscrete principle, absolute spirit, independent of any relation with objects of sense. They are 1. Mahatattva, the universal soul, infinite intellect, or divine mind. 2. Tanmatras, Bhuta, or Bhuta Sarga, elemental creation, the first differentiation of universal indiscrete substance. 3. Indriya, or Aindriyaka, organic evolution. These 3 were the Prakrita creations, the developments of indiscrete nature, preceded by the indiscrete principle. 4. Mukhya, the fundamental creation of perceptible things, was that of inanimate bodies. 5. Tarayagyonya, or Tiryakshotas, was that of animals. 6. Urdhva-shrotas, or that of divinities. 7. Arvak-shrotas was that of man. This is the order given in the exoteric texts. According to esoteric teaching, there are 7 primary and 7 secondary creations, the former being the forces self-evolving from the one causeless force, the latter showing the manifested universe emanating from the already differentiated divine elements. Esoterically as well as exoterically, all the above enumerated creations stand for the 7 periods of evolution, whether after an age or a day of Brahma. This is the teaching par excellence of occult philosophy, which however never uses the term creation, nor even that of evolution with regard to primary creation, but calls all such forces the aspects of the causeless force. In the Bible, the 7 periods are dwarfed into the 6 days of creation, the 7th day of rest, and the Westerns adhere to the letter. In the Hindu philosophy, when the active Creator has produced the world of gods, the germs of all the undifferentiated elements, and the rudiments of future senses, the world of noumena, in short, the universe remains unaltered for a day of Brahma, a period of 4,320,000,000 years. This is the 7th passive period, or the Sabbath, of Eastern philosophy, following 6 periods of active evolution. In the Shapata Brahmana, Brahma, neuter, the absolute cause of all causes, radiates the gods. Having radiated the gods through its inherent nature, the work is interrupted. In the first book of Manu it is said, At the expiration of each night, pralaya, Brahma, having been asleep, awakes, and through the sole energy of the motion, causes to emanate from itself the spirit or mind, which in its essence is, and yet is not. In the Sefer Yetzirah, the Kabbalistic book of creation, the author has evidently re-echoed the words of Manu. In it the divine substance is represented as having alone existed from the eternity, boundless and absolute. and as having emitted from itself the Spirit. Quote, One is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be his name, who liveth forever. Voice, Spirit, and Word, this is the Holy Spirit. End quote. And this is the Kabbalistic abstract Trinity, so unceremoniously anthropomorphized by the Fathers. From this triple one emanated the whole cosmos. First from one emanated number 2, or air, the creative element, and then number 3, water, proceeded from the air. Ether or fire completes the mystic 4, the Arba Il. In the Eastern doctrine, fire is the first element, ether synthesizing the whole, since it contains all of them. In the Vishnu Purana, the whole 7 periods are given, and the progressive evolution of the spirit soul and of the 7 forms of matter or principles is shown. It is impossible to enumerate them in this work. The reader is asked to peruse one of the Puranas. Quote, Our Yehuda began, it is written, Elohim said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of waters. Come see, at the time that the Holy created the world, he, or they, created 7 heavens above. He created 7 earths below, 7 seas, 7 days, 7 rivers, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 times, and 7,000 years that the world has been, the 7th of all, the millennium. So here are 7 earths below. They are all inhabited except those which are above and those which are below. And between each earth a heaven firmament is spread out between each other, and there are in them, these earths, creatures who look different one from the other. But if you object and say that all the children of the world came out from Adam, it is not so. And the lower earths, where do they come from? They are from the chain of the earth, and from the heaven above. End quote. Irenaeus also is our witness, and a very unwilling one, that the Gnostics taught the same system, veiling very carefully the true esoteric meaning. This veiling, however, is identical with that of the Vishnu Purana and others. Thus Irenaeus writes of the Marcosians, quote, They maintain that first of all the 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air, were produced after the image of the primary tetrad above, and that then if we add their operations, namely heat, cold, moisture, and dryness, an exact likeness of the octoad is presented. End quote. Only this likeness and the octoad itself is a blind, just as in the 7 creations of the Vishnu Purana, to which 2 more are added, of which the 8th, termed Anugraha, possesses both the qualities of goodness and darkness, a Shankian more than a Puranic idea. For Irenaeus says again that, quote, They, the Gnostics, had a like 8th creation which was good and bad, divine and human. They affirm that man was formed on the 8th day. Sometimes they affirm that he was made on the 6th day, and at others on the 8th, unless perchance they mean that his earthly part was formed on the 6th day, and his fleshly part on the 8th day, these 2 being distinguished by them. End quote. They were so distinguished, but not as Irenaeus gives it. The Gnostics had a superior and an inferior heptamad in heaven, and a 3rd terrestrial heptamad on the plane of matter. Iao, the mystery god and the regent of the moon, as given in Origen's chart, was the chief of these superior 7 heavens, hence identical with the chief of the lunar Pitris, that name being given by them to the lunar Dian Johans. Quote, They affirm that these 7 heavens are intelligent, and speak of them as being angels, writes the same Irenaeus, and adds that on this account they termed Iao Heptamas, while his mother was called Octoas, because, as he explains, quote, she preserved the number of the first begotten and primary octoad of the Pleroma. End quote. This first begotten octoad was in theogony, the 2nd Logos, the manifested, because it was born of the 7-fold first Logos. Hence it is the 8th on this manifested plane, and in astrology it was the sun, Martanda, the 8th son of Aditi, whom she rejects while preserving her 7 sons, the planets. For the ancients have never regarded the sun as a planet, but as a central and fixed star. This, then, is the 2nd heptamad born of the 7-rayed one, Agni, the sun and what not, only not the 7 planets, which are Surya's brothers, not his sons. With the Gnostics, these astral gods were the sons of Ealdabaoth, from Ilda, child, and Baoth, egg. The son of Sophia Achamoth, the daughter of Sophia, or wisdom, whose region is the Pleroma. Ealdabaoth produces from himself these 6 stellar spirits: Eo, Jehovah; Sabaoth, Adonais; Eloeus, Oreus, Astaphaeus. And it is they who are the second or inferior heptamat. As to the third, it is composed of the 7 primeval men, the shadows of the lunar gods, projected by the first heptamat. In this the Gnostics did not, as seen, differ much from the esoteric doctrine, except that they veiled it. As to the charge made by Irenaeus, who was evidently ignorant of the true tenets of the heretics with regard to man being created on the 6th day and man being created on the 8th, this relates to the mysteries of the inner man. It will become comprehensible to the reader only after he has read Volume 2 and understood well the anthropogenesis of the esoteric doctrine. Ealdabaoth is a copy of Manu, who boasts, quote, "O best of twice-born men, know that I, Manu, am he, the creator of all this world, whom that male, Viraj, spontaneously produced." End quote. He first creates the 10 lords of being, the Prajapatis, who, as verse 36 tells us, quote, produce 7 other Manus. End quote. Ealdabaoth boasts likewise, quote, "I am Father and God, and there is no one above me," he exclaims, for which his mother coolly puts him down by saying, quote, "Do not lie, Ealdabaoth, for the father of all, the first man, Anthropos, is above thee, and so is Anthropos, the son of Anthropos." End quote. This is a good proof that there were 3 Logoi, besides the 7 born of the first, one of these being the solar Logos. And again, who was that Anthropos himself, so much higher than Ealdabaoth? The Gnostic records alone can solve this riddle. In Pistis Sophia, the 4-voweled name Ieo is generally accompanied by the epithet of the primal or first man. This shows again that the Gnosis was but an echo of our archaic doctrine. The names answering to Parabrahman, to Brahma, and Manu, the first thinking man, are composed of 1-voweled, 3-voweled, and 7-voweled sounds. Marcus, whose philosophy was certainly more Pythagorean than anything else, speaks of a revelation to him of the 7 heavens sounding each 1 vowel as they pronounced the 7 names of the 7 angelic hierarchies. When spirit has permeated every minutest atom of the 7 principles of cosmos, then the secondary creation, after the above-mentioned period of rest, begins. Quote, "The creators, Elohim, outline in the 2nd hour the shape of man," end quote, says Rabbi Simeon in the Nuchtemaron of the Hebrews. There are 12 hours in the day, says the Mishnah, and it is during these that creation is accomplished. The 12 hours of the day are again the dwarfed copy, the faint yet faithful echo of primitive wisdom. They are like the 12,000 divine years of the gods, a cyclic blind. Every day of Brahma has 14 Manus, which the Hebrew Kabbalists, following however in this the Chaldeans, have disguised into 12 hours. The Nuchtemaron of Apollonius of Tyana is the same thing. Quote, "The dodecahedron lies concealed in the perfect cube," say the Kabbalists. The mystic meaning of this is that the 12 great transformations of spirit into matter, the 12,000 divine years, take place during the 4 great ages, or the first Mahayuga. Beginning with the metaphysical and the suprahuman, it ends in the physical and purely human natures of cosmos and man. Eastern philosophy can give the number of mortal years that run along the line of spiritual and physical evolutions of the seen and the unseen, if Western science fails to do so. Primary creation is called the creation of light, spirit, and the secondary that of darkness, matter. Both are found in Genesis. The first is the emanation of self-born gods, Elohim, the second of physical nature. This is why it is said in the Zohar, quote, O companions, companions, man as emanation was both man and woman, as well on the side of the father as on the side of the mother. And this is the sense of the words, and Elohim spake, let there be light, and it was light. So this is the twofold man. End quote. Light, however, on our plane is darkness in the higher spheres. Quote, man and woman on the side of the Father. End quote. Spirit refers to primary creation, and on the side of the Mother, matter, to the secondary. The twofold man is Adam Katmon, the male and female abstract prototype, and the differentiated Elohim. Man proceeds from the Dayan Chohan and is a fallen angel, a god in exile, as will be shown. In India, these creations were described as follows. 1. The first creation, Mahatattva creation, so called because it was the primordial self-evolution of that which had to become Mahat, the divine mind, conscious and intelligent, esoterically the spirit of the universal soul. Quote, worthiest of ascetics through its potency, the potency of that cause, every produced cause comes by its proper nature. And again, seeing that the potencies of all beings are understood only through the knowledge of that, Brahma, which is beyond reasoning, creation, and the like, such potencies are referable to Brahma. End quote. That then precedes the manifestation. Quote, the first was Mahat. End quote. Says Linga Purana, or the one, the that is neither first nor last, but all. Exoterically, however, this manifestation is the work of the Supreme One, a natural effect, rather, of an eternal cause. Or as the commentator says, it might have been understood to mean that Brahma was then created, being identified with Mahat, active intelligence, or the operating will of the Supreme. Esoteric philosophy renders it, quote, the operating law. End quote. It is on the right comprehension of this tenet in the Brahmanas and Puranas that hangs, we believe, the apple of discord between the three Vedantin sects, the Advaita, Dvaita, and the Vishishtadvaita. The first argues rightly that Para-Brahman, having no relation as the absolute all to the manifested world, the infinite having no connection with the finite, can neither will nor create, that therefore Brahma, Mahat, Ishvara, or whatever name the creative power may be known by, creative gods and all, are simply an elusive aspect of Para-Brahman in the conception of the conceivers, while the other sects identify the impersonal cause with the creator or Ishvara. Mahat, or Mahabuddhi, is with the Vaishnavas, however, divine mind in active operation, or as Anaxagoras has it, quote, an ordering and disposing mind, which was the cause of all things. Nous odia cosmonte que pandon etios. End quote. Wilson saw at a glance the suggestive connection between Mahat and the Phoenician Mut, or Mut, who was female with the Egyptians, the goddess Mut, the mother, which, like Mahat, he says, was the first product of the mixture of spirit and matter, and the first rudiment of creation. Ex connexione autem eius spiritus prodidit Mut, hinc seminium omnis creature et omnium rerum creatio, says Brooker, giving it a still more materialistic and anthropomorphic coloring. Nevertheless, the esoteric sense of the doctrine is seen through every exoteric sentence on the very face of the old Sanskrit texts that treat of primordial creation. Quote, the Supreme Soul, the all-permeant, Sarvaga, substance of the world, having entered, been drawn into matter, Prakriti, and spirit, Purusha, agitated the mutable and the immutable principles, the season of creation, Manvantara, being arrived. End quote. The nous of the Greeks, which is spiritual or divine mind, or mens, Mahat, operates upon matter in the same way. It enters into and agitates it. Quote, Spiritus intus alit, totamque infusa per artus, mens agitat molem, et magno se corpore miscet. End quote. In the Phoenician cosmogony also, spirit mixing with its own principles gives rise to creation. The Orphic triad shows an identical doctrine, for there phanes or eros, chaos, containing crude undifferentiated cosmic matter, and chronos, time, are the three cooperating principles emanating from the concealed and unknowable point which produce the work of creation, and they are the Hindu Purusha, phanes, pradhana, chaos, and kala, chronos. The good Professor Wilson does not like the idea, as no Christian clergyman, however liberal, would. He remarks that, the mixture of the Supreme Spirit or Soul with its own principles is not mechanical. It is an influence or effect exerted upon intermediate agents which produce effects. The sentence in Vishnu Purana, as fragrance affects the mind from its proximity merely, and not from any immediate operation upon mind itself, so the Supreme influenced the elements of creation. The reverend and erudite Sanskritist correctly explains by, as perfumes do not delight the mind by actual contact, but by the impression they make upon the sense of smelling, which communicates it to the mind, adding, the entrance of the Supreme into spirit, as well as matter, is less intelligible than the view elsewhere taken of it, as the infusion of spirit, identified with the Supreme, into Prakriti or matter alone. He prefers the verse in Padma Purana, he who is called the male spirit of Prakriti, that same divine Vishnu entered into Prakriti. This view is certainly more akin to the plastic character of certain verses in the Bible concerning the patriarchs, such as Lot and even Adam, and others of a still more anthropomorphic nature. But it is just that which led humanity to phallicism, the Christian religion being honeycombed with it from the first chapter of Genesis down to the Revelation. The esoteric doctrine teaches that the Dhyan Chohans are the collective aggregate of divine intelligence or primordial mind, and that the first Manus, the 7 mind-born spiritual intelligences, are identical with the former. Hence the Quan Shi Yin, the golden dragon in whom are the 7 of stanza 3, is the primordial Logos, or Brahma, the first manifested creative power, and the Dhyanic energies are the Manus or Manu Svayambhuva collectively. The direct connection, moreover, between the Manus and Mahat is easy to see. Manu is from the root man, to think, and thinking proceeds from the mind. It is, in cosmogony, the pre-nebular period. 2. The second creation, Bhuta, was of the rudimental principles or tanmatras, thence termed the elemental creation or Bhuta Sarga. It is the period of the first breath of the differentiation of the pre-cosmic elements or matter. Bhutadi means the origin of the elements, and precedes Bhuta Sarga, the creation or differentiation of those elements in primordial Akasha, chaos or vacuity. In the Vishnu Purana, it is said to proceed along and belong to the triple aspect of Ankara, translated egotism, but meaning rather that untranslatable term, I amness, that which first issues from Mahat, or divine mind, the first shadowy outline of selfhood, for pure Ankara becomes passionate and finally rudimental or initial. It is the origin of consciousness as of all unconscious being, though the esoteric school rejects the idea of anything being unconscious, save on our plane of illusion and ignorance. At this stage of the second creation, the second hierarchy of the Manus appear, the Dhyan Chohans, or Devas, who are the origin of form, Rupa, the Chitra Shikandinas, bright-crested, or Rikshas, those rishis who have become the informing souls of the 7 stars of the Great Bear. In astronomical and cosmogonical language, this creation relates to the fire mist period, the first stage of cosmic life, after its chaotic state when atoms issue from Laya. 3. The third creation. The third, or Indriya creation, was the modified form of Ankara, the conception of I, from Aham, I, termed the organic creation or creation of the senses, Aindriyaka. Quote, "These three were the prakrita creation, the discrete developments of indiscrete nature preceded by the indiscrete principle." Unquote. Preceded by ought to be replaced here with beginning with buddhi, for the latter is neither a discrete nor an indiscrete quantity, but partakes of the nature of both in man as in cosmos. A unit or human monad on the plane of illusion, when once freed from the three forms of ankara and liberated from its terrestrial manas, buddhi indeed becomes a continued quantity, both in duration and extension, for it is eternal and immortal. Earlier, it is stated that the third creation, abounding with the quality of goodness, is termed urdhvashrotas, and a page or two further the urdhvashrotas creation is referred to as the sixth creation, or that of the divinities. This shows plainly that earlier as well as later manvantaras have been purposely confused to prevent the profane from perceiving the truth. This is called incongruity and contradictions by the Orientalists. Quote, "The three creations beginning with intelligence are elemental, but the six creations which proceed from the series of which intellect is the first are the work of Brahma." End quote. Here creations mean everywhere stages of evolution, mahat, intellect or mind which corresponds with manas, the former being on the cosmic and the latter on the human plane, stands there too, lower than buddhi or supra-divine intelligence. Therefore, when we read in Linga Purana that, quote, "the first creation was that of Mahat, intellect being the first in manifestation," end quote, we must refer that specified creation to the first evolution of our system or even our earth, none of the preceding ones being discussed in the Puranas, but only occasionally hinted at. This creation of the first immortals, or Devasarga, is the last of the series and has a universal meaning. It refers namely to evolution in general, and not specifically to our Manvantara, which begins with the same over and over again, thus showing that it refers to several distinct kalpas. For it is said, quote, "At the close of the past, Padma, kalpa, the divine Brahma awoke from his night of sleep and beheld the universe void." End quote. Then Brahma is shown going once more over the seven creations in the secondary stage of evolution, repeating the first three on the objective plane. End of section 21, read by Sandra. Section 22 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. The Seven Creations, Part 2. 4. The fourth creation, the mukhya or primary, as it begins the series of four, neither the term inanimate bodies nor immovable things, as translated by Wilson, gives a correct idea of the Sanskrit words used. Esoteric philosophy is not alone in rejecting the idea of any atom being inorganic, for it is found also in orthodox Hinduism. Moreover, Wilson himself says, all the Hindu systems consider vegetable bodies as endowed with life, jara, or the synonymous shtavara, and yangama is therefore inaccurately rendered by animate and inanimate, sentient beings and unconscious or conscious and unconscious beings, etc. Locomotive and fixed would be better, since trees are considered to possess souls. The mukhya is the creation, or rather organic, evolution of the vegetable kingdom. In this secondary period, the 3 degrees of the elemental or rudimental kingdoms are evolved in this world, corresponding inversely in order to the 3 prakritic creations during the primary period of Brahma's activity. As in that period, in the words of Vishnu Purana, the first creation was that of Mahat, or intellect. The second was that of the rudimental principles, tanmatras. The third was the creation of the senses, aindriyaka. So in this one, the order of the elemental forces stands thus: 1. The nascent centers of force, intellectual and physical. 2. The rudimentary principles, nerve force, so to say, and 3. Nascent apperception, which is the Mahat of the lower kingdoms, and is especially developed in the third order of elementals. These are succeeded by the objective kingdom of minerals, in which this apperception is entirely latent, to redevelop only in the plants. The Mukhya creation, then, is the middle point between the 3 lower and the 3 higher kingdoms, which represent the 7 esoteric kingdoms of cosmos and of earth. 5. The 5th creation, the Tiryakshotas, or Tairagyonya creation, that of the sacred animals, corresponding on earth only to the dumb animal creation. That which is meant by animals in the primary creation is the germ of awakening consciousness, or of apperception, that which is faintly traceable in some sensitive plants on earth, and more distinctly in the protistic Monera. On our globe, during the first round, animal creation precedes that of man, while the mammalian animals evolve from man in our 4th round, on the physical plane. In the first round, the animal atoms are drawn into a cohesion of human physical form, while in the 4th the reverse occurs according to magnetic conditions developed during life, and this is metempsychosis. This 5th stage of evolution, called exoterically creation, may be viewed in both the primary and secondary periods, one as the spiritual and cosmic, the other as the material and terrestrial. It is archebiosis, or life origination so far, of course, as the manifestation of life on all the 7 planes is concerned. It is at this period of evolution that the absolutely eternal universal motion or vibration, that which is called in esoteric language the Great Breath, differentiates into the primordial, first manifested atom. More and more, as chemical and physical sciences progress, does this occult axiom find its corroboration in the world of knowledge, the scientific hypothesis that even the simplest elements of matter are identical in their nature, and differ from each other only in consequence of the various distributions of atoms in the molecule or speck of substance, or of the modes of its atomic vibration, gains more ground every day. Thus, as the differentiation of the primordial germ of life has to precede the evolution of the Dayan Chohan, of the 3rd group or hierarchy of being in primary creation, before those gods can become embodied in their first ethereal form, Rupa, so animal creation has for the same reason to precede divine man on earth, and this is why we find in the Puranas the 5th, the Teragyonya creation, was that of animals. 6. The 6th creation, the Urdhvashrotas creation, or that of divinities. But these divinities are simply the prototypes of the first race, the fathers of their mind-born progeny with the soft bones. It is these who become the evolvers of the sweat-born, an expression explained in Volume 2. Created beings, explains the Vishnu Purana, though they are destroyed in their individual forms at the periods of dissolution, yet being affected by the good or evil acts of former existences, are never exempted from their consequences. And when Brahma produces the world anew, they are the progeny of his will. Quote, collecting his mind into itself, yoga willing, Brahma creates the 4 orders of beings termed gods, demons, progenitors, and men. End quote. Progenitors here meaning the prototypes and evolvers of the first root race of men. The progenitors are the Pitris and are of 7 classes. They are said in exoteric mythology to be born of Brahma's side, like Eve from the rib of Adam. Finally, the 6th creation is followed, and creation in general closed, by 7. The 7th creation, the evolution of the Arvakshrotas beings, which was that of man. The 8th creation mentioned is no creation at all. It is a blind, for it refers to a purely mental process, the cognition of the 9th creation, which in its turn is an effect, manifesting in the secondary of that which was a creation in the primary, prakrita creation. The eighth, then, called anugraha, the pratyayasarga, or intellectual creation of the Sankhyas, is the creation of which we have a notion in its esoteric aspect, or to which we give intellectual assent, anugraha. In contradistinction to organic creation, it is the correct perception of our relations to the whole range of gods, and especially of those we bear to the Kumaras, the so-called ninth creation, which is in reality an aspect or reflection of the sixth in our Manvantara, the Vaivashvata. There is a ninth, the Kaumara creation, which is both primary and secondary, says the Vishnu Purana, the oldest of such texts, as an esoteric text explains, quote, "The Kumaras are the Dhyanis, derived immediately from the Supreme Principle, who reappear in the Vaivashvata Manu period for the progress of mankind." Unquote. The translator of the Vishnu Purana corroborates it by remarking that, quote, "These sages live as long as Brahma, and they are only created by him in the first kalpa, although their generation is very commonly but inconsistently introduced in the secondary Varaha or Padma kalpa." Unquote. Thus the Kumaras are exoterically, quote, "the creation of Rudra or Nila Lohita, a form of Shiva by Brahma, and of certain other mind-born sons of Brahma." End quote. But in the esoteric teaching, they are the progenitors of the true spiritual self in the physical man, the higher Prajapatis, while the Pitris or lower Prajapatis are no more than the fathers of the model or type of his physical form, made in their image. 4, and occasionally 5, are mentioned freely in the exoteric texts, 3 of the Kumaras being secret. The 4 Kumaras are the mind-born sons of Brahma. Some specify 7. All these 7, Vaidhatra, the patronymic of the Kumaras, the Maker's sons, are mentioned and described in Ishvara Krishna's Shankya Karika, with the commentary of Gaudapadacharya, Shankaracharya's Paraguru, attached to it. It discusses the nature of the Kumaras, though it refrains from mentioning by name all the 7 Kumaras, but calls them instead the 7 sons of Brahma, which they are, as they are created by Brahma in Rudra. The list of names it gives us is Sanaka, Sanatana, Kapila, Ripu, and Panchashikha. But these again are all aliases. The exoteric 4 are Sanat Kumara, Sananda, Sanaka, and Sanatana, and the esoteric 3 Sana, Kapila, and Sanat Sujata. Special attention is once more drawn to this class of Dhyan Chohans, for herein lies the mystery of generation and heredity hinted at in the commentary on stanza 7, in treating of the 4 orders of angelic beings. Volume 2 explains their position in the divine hierarchy. Meanwhile, let us see what the exoteric texts say about them. They say little, and to him who fails to read between the lines, nothing. We must have recourse here to other Puranas for the elucidation of this term, remarks Wilson, who does not suspect for one moment that he is in the presence of the angels of darkness, the mythical great enemy of his church. Therefore he contrives to elucidate no more than that, quote, "these divinities declining to create progeny, and thus rebelling against Brahma, remained, as the name of the first Sanat Kumara implies, ever boys, Kumaras, that is, ever pure and innocent, whence their creation is called the Kaumara." End quote. The Puranas, however, may afford a little more light. Quote, "Being ever as he was born, he is here called a youth, and hence his name is well known as Sanat Kumara." End quote. In the Shaiva Puranas, the Kumaras are always described as yogins. The Karma Purana, after enumerating them, says, "These 5, O Brahmans, were yogins, who acquired entire exemption from passion." End quote. They are 5 because 2 of the Kumaras fell. So untrustworthy are some translations of the Orientalists that in the French translation of the Harivamsha it is said, quote, "The 7 Prajapati, Rudra, Skanda, his son, and Sanat Kumara proceeded to create beings," end quote. Whereas, as Wilson shows, the original is, quote, "These 7 created progeny, and so did Rudra, but Skanda and Sanat Kumara, restraining their power, abstained from creation." End quote. The 4 orders of beings are referred to sometimes as Amphamsi, which Wilson renders as literally waters, and believes it a mystic term. It is one, no doubt, but he evidently failed to catch the real esoteric meaning. Waters and water stand as the symbol for Akasha, the primordial ocean of space, on which Narayana, the self-born spirit, moves, reclining on that which is its progeny. Quote, "Water is the body of Nara. Thus we have heard the name of water explained. Since Brahma rests on the water, therefore he is termed Narayana. Pure Purusha created the waters pure." End quote. At the same time, water is the 3rd principle in material cosmos, and the 3rd in the realm of the spiritual. Spirit of fire, flame, akasha, ether, water, air, earth are the cosmic, sidereal, psychic, spiritual, and mystic principles, preeminently occult, on every plane of being. Gods, demons, pitris, and men are the 4 orders of beings to whom the term Hamsi is applied, because they are all the product of waters mystically, of the Akashic ocean, and of the 3rd principle in nature. In the Vedas it is a synonym of gods. Pitris and men on earth are the transformations or rebirths of gods and demons, spirits on a higher plane. Water is in another sense the feminine principle. Venus Aphrodite is the personified sea and the mother of the god of love, and the generatrix of all the gods, as much as the Christian Virgin Mary is Mari, the sea, the mother of the Western god of love, mercy, and charity. If the student of esoteric philosophy thinks deeply over the subject, he is sure to find out all the suggestiveness of the term Amphamsi in its manifold relations to the Virgin in heaven, to the celestial Virgin of the alchemists, and even to the waters of grace of the modern Baptist. Of all the 7 great divisions of Dhyan Johans or Devas, there is none with which humanity is more concerned than with the Kumaras. Imprudent are the Christian theologians who have degraded them into fallen angels, and now call them Satan and demons, as among these heavenly denizens who refuse to create, the Archangel Michael, the greatest patron saint of the Western and Eastern churches, under his double name of Saint Michael, and his supposed copy on earth, St. George conquering the dragon, has to be given one of the most prominent places. The Kumaras, the mind-born sons of Ramarudra or Shiva, mystically the howling and terrific destroyer of human passions and physical senses, which are ever in the way of the development of the higher spiritual perceptions and the growth of the inner eternal man, are the progeny of Shiva, the Maha-yogi, the great patron of all the yogis and mystics of India. Shiva Rudra is the destroyer, as Vishnu is the preserver, and both are the regenerators of spiritual as well as of physical nature. To live as a plant, the seed must die. To live as a conscious entity in the eternity, the passions and senses of man must die before his body does. That to live is to die, and to die is to live, has been too little understood in the West. Shiva, the destroyer, is the creator and the savior of spiritual man, as he is the good gardener of nature. He weeds out the plants, human and cosmic, and kills the passions of the physical, to call to life the perceptions of the spiritual man. The Kumaras themselves, then, being the virgin ascetics, refuse to create the material being, man. Well may they be suspected of a direct connection with the Christian Archangel Michael, the virgin combatant of the dragon Apophis, whose victim is every soul united too loosely to its immortal spirit, the angel who, as shown by the Gnostics, refused to create just as the Kumaras did. Does not that patron angel of the Jews preside over Saturn, Shiva, or Rudra, and the Sabbath, the day of Saturn? Is he not shown of the same essence with his father, Saturn, and called the son of time, Kronos or Kala, a form of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? And is not old Time of the Greeks, with its scythe and sand glass, identical with the Ancient of Days of the Kabbalists, the latter ancient being one with the Hindu Ancient of Days Brahma in his triune form, whose name is also Sanat, the Ancient? Every Kumara bears the prefix of Sanat and Sana, and Shana Ishara is Saturn. The planet Shani, the king Saturn, whose secretary in Egypt was thought Hermes the First. They are thus identified both with the planet and the god Shiva, who are in their turn shown to be the prototypes of Saturn, who is the same as Bel, Baal, Shiva, and Jehovah Sabaoth, the angel of the face of whom is Michael, who is as God. He is the patron and guardian angel of the Jews, as Daniel tells us, and before the Kumaras were degraded by those who were ignorant of their very name into demons and fallen angels, the Greek Ophites, the occultly inclined predecessors and precursors of the Roman Catholic Church after its secession and separation from the primitive Greek Church, had identified Michael with their Ophiomorphos, the rebellious and opposing spirit. This means nothing more than the reverse aspect symbolically of Ophis, the divine wisdom, or Christos. In the Talmud, Michael is Prince of Water and the chief of the seven spirits, for the same reason that one of his many prototypes, Sanat Sujata, the chief of the Kumaras, is called Amphamsi, waters, according to the commentary on Vishnu Purana. Why? Because the waters is another name of the great deep, the primordial waters of space or chaos, and also means mother, Amba, meaning Aditi, and Akasha, the celestial virgin mother of the visible universe. Furthermore, the waters of the flood are also called the great dragon, or Ophis, Ophiomorphos. The Rudras will be noticed in their septenary character of fire spirits in the symbolism attached to the stanzas in Volume 2. There we shall also consider the cross, 3+4, under its primeval and later forms, and shall use for purposes of comparison the Pythagorean numbers side by side with Hebrew metrology. The immense importance of the number 7 will thus become evident as the root number of nature. We shall examine it from the standpoint of the Vedas and the Chaldean scriptures, as it existed in Egypt thousands of years B.C., and as treated in the Gnostic records. We shall show how its importance as a basic number has gained recognition in physical science, and we shall endeavor to prove that the importance attached to the number 7 throughout all antiquity was due to no fanciful imaginings of uneducated priests, but to a profound knowledge of natural law. End of section 22, read by Sandra. Section 23, Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine, The Evolution of Symbolism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine, The Evolution of Symbolism, by Helena Blavatsky. Section 14, The Four Elements, Part 1. Metaphysically and esoterically, there is but one element in nature, and at the root of it is the deity and the so-called 7 elements, of which 5 have already manifested and asserted their existence, are the garment, the veil of that deity, direct from the essence whereof comes man, whether considered physically, psychically, mentally, or spiritually. 4 elements only are generally spoken of in later antiquity, while 5 only are admitted in philosophy. For the body of ether is not fully manifested yet, and its noumenon is still the omnipotent Father Ether, the synthesis of the rest. But what are these elements, whose compound bodies have now been discovered by chemistry and physics to contain numberless sub-elements, even the 60 or 70 of which no longer embrace the whole number suspected. Let us follow their evolution, from the historical beginnings at any rate. The four elements were fully characterized by Plato when he said that they were that which composes and decomposes the compound bodies. Hence cosmolatry was never, even in its worst aspect, the fetishism which adores or worships the pass of each external form and matter of any object, but looked ever to the noumenon therein. Fire, air, water, earth, were but the visible garb, the symbols of the informing, invisible souls or spirits, the cosmic gods, to whom worship was offered by the ignorant and simple, but respectful recognition by the wiser. In their turn, the phenomenal subdivisions of the noumenal elements were informed by the elementals, so called, the nature spirits of lower grades. In the theogony of Mochus, we find ether first, and then the air, the two principles from which Ulam, the intelligible, noetos, God, the visible universe of matter, is born. In the Orphic hymns, the eros phanes evolves from the spiritual egg, which the ethereal winds impregnate, wind being the spirit of God, which is said to move in ether, brooding over the chaos, the divine idea. In the Hindu Kathopanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, and from their union springs the great soul of the world, Maha Atma, Brahman, the spirit of life. These latter appellations being again identical with the universal soul or anima mundi, the astral light of the theurgists and Kabbalists being its last and lowest division. The elements, stoicheia, of Plato and Aristotle were thus the incorporeal principles attached to the four great divisions of our cosmic world, and it is with justice that Kreutzer defines these primitive beliefs as a, quote, species of magism, a psychic paganism, and a deification of potencies, a spiritualization which placed the believers in a close community with these potencies, end quote. So close indeed that the hierarchies of these potencies or forces have been classified on a graduated scale of 7 from the ponderable to the imponderable. They are septenary, not as an artificial aid to facilitate their comprehension, but in their real cosmic gradation, from their chemical or physical to their purely spiritual composition. Gods with the ignorant masses, gods independent and supreme, demons with the fanatics, who, intellectual as they often may be, are unable to understand the spirit of the philosophical sentence in pluribus unum. With the Hermetic philosopher they are forces, relatively blind or intelligent according to which of the principles in them he deals with. It required long millenniums before they found themselves finally, in our cultured age, degraded into simple chemical elements. At any rate, good Christians, and especially the biblical Protestants, ought to show more reverence for the four elements, if they would maintain any for Moses, for the Bible manifests the consideration and mystic significance in which they were held by the Hebrew lawgiver on every page of the Pentateuch. The tent, which contained the Holy of Holies, was a cosmic symbol, sacred in one of its meanings to the elements, the four cardinal points, and ether. Josephus shows it built in white, the color of ether, and this explains also why, in the Egyptian and the Hebrew temples, according to Clemens Alexandrinus, a gigantic curtain, supported by 5 pillars, separated the Sanctum Sanctorum, now represented by the altar in Christian churches, wherein the priests alone were permitted to enter, from the part accessible to the profane. By its 4 colors, this curtain symbolized the 4 principal elements, and with the 5 pillars signified the knowledge of the divine that the 5 senses can enable man to acquire with the help of the 4 elements. In Corey's Ancient Fragments, one of the Chaldean oracles expresses ideas about the elements and ether in language singularly like that of the unseen universe, written by 2 eminent scientists of our day. It states that from ether have come all things, and to it all will return, that the images of all things are indelibly impressed upon it, and that it is the storehouse of the germs, or of the remains of all visible forms, and even ideas. It appears as if this case strangely corroborates our assertion that whatever discoveries may be made in our days will be found to have been anticipated by many thousand years by our simple-minded ancestors. Whence came the four elements and the malachim of the Hebrews? They have been made to merge by a theological sleight of hand on the part of the rabbins and the later fathers of the Church into Jehovah, but their origin is identical with that of the cosmic gods of all other nations. Their symbols, whether born on the shores of the Oxus, on the burning sands of Upper Egypt, or in the wild forests, weird and glacial, which cover the slopes and peaks of the sacred snowy mountains of Thessaly, or again in the pampas of America, their symbols, we repeat, then when traced to their source, are ever one and the same. Whether Egyptian or Pelasgian, Aryan or Semitic, the genius loci, the local god, embraced in its unity all nature, but not especially the four elements, any more than one of their creations, such as trees, rivers, mounts, or stars. The genius loci, a very late afterthought of the last sub-races of the fifth root race, when the primitive and grandiose meaning had become nearly lost, was ever the representative, in his accumulated titles, of all his colleagues. It was the god of fire, symbolized by thunder, as Jove, or Agni, the god of water, symbolized by the fluvial bull, or some sacred river or fountain, as Varuna, Neptune, etc. The god of air, manifesting in the hurricane and tempest as Vayu and Indra, and the god or spirit of the earth, who appeared in earthquakes like Pluto, Yama, and so many others. These were the cosmic gods, ever synthesizing all in one, as found in every cosmogony or mythology. Thus the Greeks had their Dodonian Jupiter, who included in himself the four elements and the four cardinal points, and who was recognized, therefore, in old Rome under the pantheistic title of Jupiter Mundus, and who now in modern Rome has become the Deus Mundus, the one mundane god, who is made to swallow all others, in the latest theology, by the arbitrary decision of his special ministers. As gods of fire, air, and water, they were celestial gods. As gods of the lower region, they were infernal deities, the latter adjective applying simply to the earth. They were spirits of the earth, under their respective names of Yama, Pluto, Osiris, the lord of the lower kingdom, etc., and their tellurial character sufficiently proves it. The ancients knew of no worse abode after death than the Kama Loka, the limbus on this earth. If it is argued that the Dodonian Jupiter was identified with Dis, or the Roman Pluto with the Dionysius Chthonius, the subterranean, and with Aidonius, the king of the subterranean world, wherein, according to Kreutzer, oracles were rendered, then it will become the pleasure of the occultists to prove that both Aidonius and Dionysius are the bases of Adonai, or Yorbo Adonai, as Jehovah is called in the Codex Nazareus. Quote, "Thou shalt not worship the sun, who is named Adonai, whose name is also Kadosh and El, and also Lord Bacchus. Baal Adonis of the Sods, or mysteries of the pre-Babylonian Jews, became the Adonai by the Masorah. The latter vowed Jehovah. Hence the Roman Catholics are right. All these Jupiters are of the same family, but Jehovah has to be included therein to make it complete. The Jupiter Arius or Pan, the Jupiter Ammon, and the Jupiter Bel Moloch are all correlations and one with Yorbo Adonai, because they are all one cosmic nature. It is that nature and power which creates the specific terrestrial symbol, and the physical and material fabric of the latter which proves the energy manifesting through it as extrinsic. For primitive religion was something better than simple preoccupation about physical phenomena, as remarked by Schelling, and principles more elevated than we modern Sadducees know of, quote, were hidden under the transparent veil of such merely natural divinities as thunder, the winds, and rain, end quote. The ancients knew and could distinguish the corporeal from the spiritual elements in the forces of nature. The fourfold Jupiter as the four-faced Brahma, the aerial, the fulgurant, the terrestrial, and the marine god, the lord and master of the four elements, may stand as a representative for the great cosmic gods of every nation, although deputing power over the fire to Hephaestus, Vulcan, over the sea to Poseidon, Neptune, and over the earth to Pluto, Adonais. The aerial Jove was still all these, for ether from the first had preeminence over and was the synthesis of all the elements. Tradition tells of a grotto, a vast cave in the deserts of Central Asia, whereinto light pours through four seemingly natural apertures, or clefts, placed crossways at the four cardinal points. From noon till an hour before sunset the light streams in, of four different colors, as averred, red, blue, orange, gold, and white, owing to some either natural or artificially prepared conditions of vegetation and soil. The light converges in the center round a pillar of white marble with a globe upon it, which represents our earth. It is named the Grotto of Zarathustra. Included under the arts and sciences of the fourth race, the Atlanteans, the phenomenal manifestation of the four elements, which were justly attributed by these believers to the intelligent interference of the cosmic gods, assumed a scientific character. The magic of the ancient priests consisted in those days in addressing their gods in their own language. The speech of the men of the earth cannot reach the lords. Each must be addressed in the language of his respective element. So says the Book of Rules, in a sentence which will be shown pregnant with meaning, adding as an explanation of the nature of that element, language, quote, "It is composed of sounds, not words, of sounds, numbers, and figures. He who knows how to blend the three will call forth the response of the superintending power, the regent god of the specific element needed." End quote. Thus, this language is that of incantations or of mantras, as they are called in India, sound being the most potent and effectual magic agent, and the first of the keys which opens the door of communication between mortals and immortals. He who believes in the words and teachings of St. Paul has no right to pick out from the latter those sentences only which he chooses to accept to the rejection of others. And St. Paul teaches most undeniably the existence of cosmic gods and their presence among us. Paganism preached a dual and simultaneous evolution, a creation spiritualum ac mundanum, as the Roman Church has it, ages before the advent of that Roman Church. Exoteric phraseology has changed little with respect to divine hierarchies since the most palmy days of paganism or idolatry. Names alone have changed, together with claims which have now become false pretenses. For when, for instance, Plato put in the mouth of the highest principle, Father Aether or Jupiter, the words, quote, "The gods of whom I am the maker, as I am the father of all their works," end quote. He knew the spirit of this sentence as fully, we suspect, as St. Paul did, when saying, quote, "For though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or in earth, as there be gods many, and lords many," end quote. Both knew the sense and the meaning of what they put forward in such guarded terms. We cannot be taken to task by the Protestants for interpreting the verse from the Corinthians as we do, for if the translation in the English Bible is made ambiguous, it is not so in the original texts, and the Roman Catholic Church accepts the words of the Apostle in their true sense. For a proof see St. Dionysius, the Areopagite, who was, quote, "directly inspired by the Apostle, and who wrote under his dictation," end quote, as we are assured by the Marquis de Merville, whose works are approved by Rome, and who says, commenting on that special verse, quote, "And though there are, in fact, they who are called gods, for it seems there are really several gods withal, and for all that, the God principle and the superior God ceases not to remain essentially one and indivisible." End quote. Thus spoke the old initiates also, knowing that the worship of minor gods could never affect the God principle. End of section 23. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2022. Section 24 of The Evolution of Symbolism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine, The Evolution of Symbolism, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. The Four Elements, Part 2. Says Sir W. Grove, F.R.S., speaking of the correlation of forces, quote, "The ancients, when they witnessed a natural phenomenon removed from ordinary analogies and unexplained by any mechanical action known to them, referred it to a soul, a spiritual or preternatural power. Air and gases were also at first deemed spiritual, but subsequently they became invested with a more material character, and the same words, pneuma, spirit, etc., were used to signify the soul or a gas. The very word gas, from Geist, a ghost or spirit, affords us an instance of the gradual transmutation of a spiritual into a physical conception." End quote. This, the great man of science, in his preface to the 6th edition of his work, considers to be the only concern of exact science which has no business to meddle with the causes. Quote, "Cause and effect are, therefore, in their abstract relation to these forces, words solely of convenience. We are totally unacquainted with the ultimate generating power of each and all of them, and probably shall ever remain so. We can only ascertain the normal of their actions. We must humbly refer their causation to one omnipresent influence, and content ourselves with studying their effects and developing by experiment their mutual relations." End quote. This policy, once accepted, and the system virtually admitted in the above-quoted words, namely, the spirituality of the ultimate generating power, it would be more than illogical to refuse to recognize this quality which is inherent in the material elements, or rather in their compounds, as present in the fire, air, water, or earth. The ancients knew these powers so well that while concealing their true nature under various allegories for the benefit or to the detriment of the uneducated rabble, they never departed from the multiple object in view while inverting them. They contrived to throw a thick veil over the nucleus of truth concealed by the symbol, but they ever tried to preserve the latter as a record for future generations sufficiently transparent to allow their wise men to discern the truth behind the fabulous form of the glyph or allegory. These ancient sages are accused of superstition and credulity, and this too by the very nations which, though learned in all the modern arts and sciences, and cultured and wise in their generation, accept to this day as their one living and infinite God the anthropomorphic Jehovah of the Jews. What were some of these alleged superstitions? Hesiod believed, for instance, that the winds were the sons of the giant Typhoeus, who were chained and unchained at will by Aeolus, and the polytheistic Greeks accepted it along with Hesiod. Why should they not, since the monotheistic Jews had the same beliefs with other names for their dramatis personae, and since Christians believe in the same to this day? The Hesiodic Aeolus, Boreas, etc., were named Kedem, Tsephum, Derum, and Ruach Hayum by the chosen people of Israel. What is, then, the fundamental difference? While the Hellenes were taught that Aeolus tied and untied the winds, the Jews believed as fervently that their Lord God, with smoke coming out of his nostrils and fire out of his mouth, quote, "rode upon a cherub and did fly, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind." End quote. The expressions of the two nations are either both figures of speech or both superstitions. We think they are neither, but only arise from a keen sense of oneness with nature, and a perception of the mysterious and the intelligent behind every natural phenomenon which the moderns no longer possess. Nor was it superstitious in the Greek pagans to listen to the oracle of Delphi, when at the approach of the fleet of Xerxes, that oracle advised them to sacrifice to the winds, if the same has to be regarded as divine worship in the Israelites, who sacrificed as often to the wind, and also especially to the fire. Do they not say that their God is a consuming fire, who appeared generally as fire and encompassed by fire? And did not Elijah seek for the Lord in the great strong wind and in the earthquake? Do not the Christians repeat the same after them? Do not they, moreover, sacrifice to this day to the same God of wind and water? They do, because special prayers for rain, dry weather, trade winds, and the calming of storms on the seas exist to this hour in the prayer books of the three Christian churches, and the several hundred sects of the Protestant religion offer them to their God upon every threat of calamity. The fact that they are no more answered by Jehovah than they were probably by Jupiter Pluvius does not alter the fact of these prayers being addressed to the power or powers supposed to rule over the elements, or of these powers being identical in paganism and Christianity. Or have we to believe that such prayers are crass idolatry and absurd superstition only when addressed by a pagan to his idol, and that the same superstition is suddenly transformed into praiseworthy piety and religion whenever the name of the celestial addressee is changed? But the tree is known by its fruit, and the fruit of the Christian tree being no better than that of the tree of paganism, why should the former command more reverence than the latter? Thus, when we are told by the Chevalier Drac, a converted Jew, and by the Marquis de Merveille, a Roman Catholic fanatic of the French aristocracy, that in Hebrew lightning is a synonym of fury, and is always handled by the evil spirit, that Jupiter Fulgur or Fulgurans is also called by the Christians Elikios, and denounced as the soul of lightning, its daemon, we have either to apply the same explanation and definitions to the Lord God of Israel under the same circumstances, or renounce our right of abusing the gods and creeds of other nations. The foregoing statements, emanating as they do from two ardent and learned Roman Catholics, are, to say the least, dangerous in the presence of the Bible and its prophets. Indeed, if Jupiter, the chief daemon of the pagan Greeks, hurled his deadly thunderbolts and lightnings at those who excited his wrath, so did the Lord God of Abraham and Jacob. For we read that, quote, "The Lord thundered from heaven, and the Most High uttered his voice, and he sent out arrows, thunderbolts, and scattered them, Saul's armies, lightning, and discomfited them." End quote. The Athenians are accused of having sacrificed to Boreas, and this daemon is charged with having submerged and wrecked 400 ships of the Persian fleet on the rocks of Mount Pelion, and of having become so furious that all the Magi of Xerxes could hardly counteract him by offering contra-sacrifices to Thetis. Very fortunately, no authenticated instance is on the records of Christian wars, showing a like catastrophe on the same scale happening to one Christian fleet, owing to the prayers of its enemy, another Christian nation. But this is from no fault of theirs, for each praises ardently to Jehovah for the destruction of the other, as the Athenians prayed to Boreas. Both resorted to a neat little piece of black magic, con amore, such abstinence from divine interference being hardly due to lack of prayers sent to a common Almighty God for mutual destruction. Where then shall we draw the line between pagan and Christian? And who can doubt that all Protestant England would rejoice and offer thanks to the Lord if during some future war 400 ships of the hostile fleet were to be wrecked owing to such holy prayers? What is then the difference, we ask again, between a Jupiter, a Boreas, and a Jehovah? No more than this: the crime of one's own next of kin, say of one's father, is always excused and often exalted, whereas the crime of our neighbor's parent is ever gladly punished by hanging, yet the crime is the same. So far, the blessings of Christianity do not seem to have made any appreciable advance on the morals of the converted pagans. The above is not a defense of pagan gods, nor is it an attack on the Christian deity, nor does it mean belief in either. The writer is quite impartial, and rejects the testimony in favor of both, neither praying to, believing in, nor dreading any such personal and anthropomorphic God. The parallels are brought forward simply as one more curious exhibition of the illogical and blind fanaticism of the civilized theologian. For so far there is not a very great difference between the two beliefs, and there is none in their respective effects upon morality or spiritual nature. The light of Christ shines upon as hideous features of the animal man now as the light of Lucifer did in days of old. Says the missionary Lavoisier in the Journal des Colonies, quote, "These unfortunate heathens in their superstition regard even the elements as something that has comprehension. They still have faith in their idol Vayu, the god, or rather demon of the wind and air. They firmly believe in the efficacy of their prayers and in the powers of their Brahmans over the winds and storms." End quote. In reply to this we may quote from Luke, "And he, Jesus, arose and rebuked the wind and the raging of the water, and they ceased, and there was a calm." End quote. And here is another quotation from a prayer book. "O Virgin of the sea, blessed Mother and Lady of the waters, stay thy waves." End quote. This prayer of the Neapolitan and Provençal sailors is copied textually from that of the Phoenician mariners to their virgin goddess Astarte. The logical and irrepressible conclusion arising from the parallels brought forward in the denunciation of the missionary is that the commands of the Brahmins to their element gods not remaining ineffectual, the power of the Brahmins is thus placed on a par with that of Jesus. Moreover, Astarte is shown not a whit weaker in potency than the Virgin of the Sea of Christian sailors. It is not enough to give a dog a bad name and then hang him. The dog has to be proven guilty. Boreas and Astarte may be devils in theological fancy, but as just remarked, the tree has to be judged by its fruit. And once the Christians are shown to be as immoral and as wicked as the pagans ever were, what benefit has humanity derived from its change of gods and idols? That which God and the Christian saints are justified in doing becomes in simple mortals a crime if successful. Sorcery and incantations are now regarded as fables, yet from the institutes of Justinian down to the laws of England and America against witchcraft, obsolete but not repealed to this day, such incantations, even when only suspected, were punished as criminal. Why punish a chimera? And still we read of Constantine the emperor sentencing to death the philosopher Sopatrus for unchaining the winds, and thus preventing ships laden with grain from arriving in time to put an end to famine. Pausanias is derided when he affirms that he saw with his own eyes men who by simple prayers and incantations stopped a strong hailstorm. This does not prevent modern Christian writers from advising prayer during storm and danger, and believing in its efficacy. Hoppo and Statlein, two magicians and sorcerers, were sentenced to death for throwing charms on fruit, and transferring a harvest by magic arts from one field to another hardly a century ago, if we can believe Sprenger, the famous writer who vouches for it, quote, "Qui fruges excantassent segetum pellicentes incantando." End quote. Let us close by reminding the reader that without the smallest shadow of superstition one may believe in the dual nature of every object on earth, in spiritual and material, in visible and invisible nature, and that science virtually proves this, while denying its own demonstration. For if, as Sir William Grove says, the electricity we handle is but the result of ordinary matter affected by something invisible, the ultimate generating power of every force, the one omnipresent influence, then it only becomes natural that one should believe as the ancients did, namely that every element is dual in its nature. Quote, Ethereal fire is the emanation of the Kabir proper. The aerial is but the union, correlation of the former with terrestrial fire, and its guidance and application on our earthly plane belongs to a Kabir of a lesser dignity." An elemental, perhaps, as an occultist would call it, and the same may be said of every cosmic element. No one will deny that the human being is possessed of various forces, magnetic, sympathetic, antipathetic, nervous, dynamical, occult, mechanical, mental, in fact of every kind of force, and that the physical forces are all biological in their essence, seeing that they intermingle with and often merge into those forces that we have named intellectual and moral. The first being the vehicles, so to say, the upadhis of the second. No one who does not deny soul in man would hesitate in saying that their presence and commingling are the very essence of our being, that they constitute the ego in man, in fact. These potencies have their physiological, physical, mechanical, as well as their nervous, ecstatic, clairaudient, and clairvoyant phenomena, which are now regarded and recognized as perfectly natural even by science. Why should man be the only exception in nature, and why cannot even the elements have their vehicles, their vahanas, in what we call the physical forces? And why, above all, should such beliefs be called superstition, along with the religions of old? End of section 24, read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.
Section 25 of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Vida. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Book 1, Part 2, The Evolution of Symbolism. Section 25. On Quan Shi Yin and Quan Yin. Like Avalokiteshvara, Quan Shi Yin has passed through several transformations, but it is an error to say of him that he is a modern invention of the Northern Buddhists, for under another appellation he has been known from the earliest times. The Secret Doctrine teaches that, quote, "He who is the first to appear at renovation will be the last to come before reabsorption, pralaya." End quote. Thus the logoi of all nations, from the Vedic Vishvakarman of the mysteries down to the savior of the present civilized nations, are the Word, who was in the beginning, or the reawakening of the energizing powers of nature, with the one absolute. Born of fire and water, before these became distinct elements, it was the maker, the fashioner or modeler of all things. Without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men, who finally may be called, as he ever has been, the Alpha and the Omega of manifested nature. Quote, "The great dragon of wisdom is born of fire and water, and into fire and water will all be reabsorbed with him." End quote. As this bodhisattva is said to assume any form he pleases, from the beginning of a manvantara to its end, though his special birthday or memorial day is celebrated according to the Zin Guangming Jing, or Luminous Sutra of Golden Light, in the second month on the 19th day, and that of Maitreya Buddha in the first month on the first day, yet the two are one. He will appear as Maitreya Buddha, the last of the avatars and Buddhas, in the seventh race. This belief and expectation are universal throughout the East, only it is not in the Kali Yuga, our present terrifically materialistic age of darkness, the Black Age, that the new savior of humanity can ever appear. The Kali Yuga is l'âge d'or, only in the mystic writings of some French pseudo-occultists. Hence the ritual in the exoteric worship of this deity was founded on magic. The mantras are all taken from special books kept secret by the priests, and each is said to work a magical effect, as the reciter or reader by simply chanting them. produces a secret causation which results in immediate effects. Quan Shi Yin is Avalokiteshvara, and both are forms of the seventh universal principle. While in its highest metaphysical character, this deity is the synthetic aggregation of all the planetary spirits, Dhyan Chohans. He is the self-manifested, in short, the Son of the Father. Crowned with 7 dragons, above his statue there appears the inscription Putsi Kyun Ling, the universal savior of all living beings. Of course, the name given in the archaic volume of the stanzas is quite different, but Kuan Yin is a perfect equivalent. In a temple of Puto, the sacred island of the Buddhists in China, Quan Shi Yin is represented floating on a black aquatic bird, Kalahamsa, and pouring on the heads of mortals the elixir of life, which, as it flows, is transformed into one of the chief Dhyani Buddhas, the regent of a star called the Star of Salvation. In his third transformation, Kuan Yin is the informing spirit or genius of water. In China, the Dalai Lama is believed to be an incarnation of Quan Shi Yin, who in his third terrestrial appearance was a bodhisattva, while the Teshu Lama is an incarnation of Amitabha Buddha or Gautama. It may be remarked en passant that a writer must indeed have a diseased imagination to discover phallic worship everywhere, as do McClatchy and Hargrave Jennings. The first discovers, quote, the old phallic gods represented under 2 evident symbols, the yin or yang, which is the membrum virile, and the quan or yin, the pudendum muliebre, unquote. Such a rendering seems the more strange as Quan Shi Yin, Avalokiteshvara, and Kuan Yin, besides being now the patron deities of the Buddhist ascetics, the yogis of Tibet, are the gods of chastity and are, in their esoteric meaning, not even that which is implied in the rendering of Mr. Rhys David's Buddhism. Quote, the name Avalokiteshvara means the Lord who looks down from on high. End quote. Nor is Quan Shi Yin the spirit of the Buddhas present in the church, but literally interpreted it means the Lord that is seen, and in one sense the divine self perceived by self. The human self, that is, the Atman, or seventh principle, merged in the universal, perceived by, or the object of perception to Buddhi, the sixth principle, or divine soul in man. In a still higher sense, Avalokiteshvara, Quan Shi Yin, referred to as the seventh universal principle, is the logos perceived by the universal Buddhi, or soul, as the synthetic aggregate of the Dhyani Buddhas, and is not the spirit of Buddha present in the church, but the omnipresent universal spirit manifested in the temple of cosmos or nature. This orientalistic etymology of Quan and Yin is on a par with that of yogini, which, we are told by Mr. Hargrave Jennings, is a Sanskrit word, quote, in the dialects pronounced jogi or zogi, and is equivalent with sena, and exactly the same as duti or dutika, end quote, i.e., a sacred prostitute of the temple worshipped as yoni or shakti. Quote, the books of morality in India direct a faithful wife to shun the society of yogini or females who have been adored as shakti. End quote. Nothing should surprise us after this, and it is therefore with hardly a smile that we find another preposterous absurdity quoted about Bud, as being a name, quote, which signifies not only the sun as the source of generation, but also the male organ. End quote. Max Müller, in treating of false analogies, says that, quote, the most celebrated Chinese scholar of his time, Abel de Musa, maintains that the 3 syllables I, Hi, Wei, in the 14th chapter of the Tao Te Ching, were meant for Jehovah. End quote. And again, Father Amyot felt certain that the 3 persons of the Trinity could be recognized in the same work. And if Abel de Musa, why not Hargrave Jennings? Every scholar will recognize the absurdity of ever seeing in Bud the enlightened and the awakened a phallic symbol. Quan Shi Yin, then, is the son identical with his father, mystically, or the Logos, the Word. He is called the Dragon of Wisdom, in stanza 3, for all the logoi of all the ancient religious systems are connected with and symbolized by serpents, In Old Egypt, the god Nap-Kun, he who unites the doubles, was represented as a serpent on human legs, either with or without arms. This was the astral light reuniting by its dual physiological and spiritual potency the divine human to its purely divine monad, the prototype in heaven or nature. It was the emblem of the resurrection of nature, of Christ with the Ophites, and of Jehovah as the brazen serpent healing those who looked at him. The serpent was also an emblem of Christ with the Templars, as is shown by the Templar degree in Masonry. The symbol of Knuf, Knum also, or the soul of the world, says Champollion, quote, is represented among other forms under that of a huge serpent on human legs. This reptile, being the emblem of the good genius and the veritable Agatha demon, is sometimes bearded. End quote. This sacred animal is thus identical with the serpent of the Ophites, and is figured on a great number of engraved stones, called Gnostic or Basilidian gems. It appears with various heads, human and animal, but its gems are always found inscribed with the name Knuvis. This symbol is identical with one which, according to Iamblichus and Champollion, was called the first of the celestial gods, the god Hermes, or Mercury, with the Greeks, to which god Hermes Trismegistus attributes the invention of, and the first initiation of men into magic. And Mercury is Bud, wisdom, enlightenment, or reawakening into the divine science. To close, Quan Shi Yin and Quan Yin are the two aspects, male and female, of the same principle in cosmos, nature, and man, of divine wisdom and intelligence. They are the Christos Sophia of the mystic Gnostics, the Logos and its Shakti, in their longing for the expression of some mysteries never to be wholly comprehended by the profane. The ancients, knowing that nothing could be preserved in human memory without some outward symbol, have chosen the, to us, often ridiculous images of the Kuan Yins to remind man of his origin and inner nature. To the impartial, however, the Madonnas in crinolines and the Christs in white kid gloves must appear far more absurd than the Quan Shi Yin and Kuan Yin in their dragon garb. The subjective can hardly be expressed by the objective. Therefore, since the symbolic formula attempts to characterize that which is above scientific reasoning, and is as often far beyond our intellects, it must needs go beyond that intellect in some shape or other, or else it will fade out from human remembrance. End of section 25. End of Book 1, Part 2 of The Secret Doctrine, The Evolution of Symbolism by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky.